Ah, yes. Oh no, your voice is coming through my microphone. But my headphones is not working. It says it's done charging. Yes. Drawn by eh? Eh? Oh, right. Oh no, yeah, you're right. No, I've got to add the layer. Yep. So you can create your character on D&D Beyond and import it. There's also another module that I could install that imports your character sheet from a PDF, but I don't know if that's really going to be useful. Ah, I still haven't written. You know, I mentioned. I mentioned that I wanted to get a post-it note to write something and then paste it on the book. Yeah, I still haven't done that. I was doing all this other stuff because I was trying to make the wand of Kaboom. Okay. But then who's going to see? Where to dinner? Hmm. Mom, the food's not as nice. He said, "Mom, the food's not nice. Don't call. You take it to the microwave, put it inside. Press 1 minute. I cast prestidigitation." Um. Um. Okay. I'm okay. I still haven't written the thing on the post-it that I wanted to write, but it's okay. Um. It's not very right necessary for me to write it because I more or less have it memorized, sort of. Okay, okay, look, it's just 2 words that I need to memorize, and then the rest of it is written in the book, and then I just need to remove one of the options from the book and replace it with those 2 words. And that's assuming, and that's just assuming that I managed to bring you guys to that place to do that thing. Yes, exactly. So if I don't manage to do that, then there's no need to do it at all. Yes. Yeah, you'll have. Oh, which one? Uh, hmm. So the ones that you guys didn't look at all, haven't looked at yet are Pixie Kingdom, Bubble Pot, Teapot, Mystery Mine, Dragonfly Rides you saw it from outside, Carousel you saw it from outside, Silver Song Lake, and staff area, but that's not an attraction. Oh yes, yes. I forgot what's at the big top, but there's something that happens at the big top. The crowning the Witchlight monarch happens at the big top. Oh wait, no, there's a big top extravaganza happening this session. Shit. No, no, no. It's not. I mean, it's not spoiler. It's more of since I did mention that in game 2 hours happens, right? Yeah. So if you look at the top left hand corner of the map, that's the time based events. So at the end of the first hour, we got the welcome gifts, which were the sycamore seeds that fell down, and some of you managed to catch. Oh wait, all of you managed to catch. And that was with the dandelions that only two of you blew. Well, not exactly two of you, but one of you plus one displacer beast. Um, and then yeah, so at the end of the day would be another 2 hours, which would be 4 hours in total, and at the fourth hour is the big top extravaganza. Um, so probably depends. Do you want to do it next session, or actually it depends on whether or not we have time, I guess. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Then and then has the deal Silver Star is gonna be late or something because she took something and is feeling not so good. But where's my cursor? Um, where's the game audio? Oh right, that's because I'm on the wrong. Hmm. Yes, yes. So we're too short, but it's still okay because I'll. Funny you should say that. Like, aren't you and Kismet also short? In Okay, so this is my reaction right now, and I'm gonna put this in OOC. This is me right now because I'm the only. Wait, I can't. Oh, uh, I'm the only tall one here. The rest of you are all short. No, that's not how this works. You guys are the ones that don't have major back problems, except maybe Kate. Yeah, besides Kate. But none of the good shit is on the top shelf. Okay, anyway. Okay, shall we start? I Yeah, yeah. So yeah, is what is Mini Lam is not joining today because she's um exhausted from whatever she had today. Oh no. Oh no. Uh, okay, yeah, I have a new viewer. That is telling me that they can't hear you guys. So, uh, panics, panics, panics. Oh right, Discord's not getting any sound. Yeah. Properties, properties. Oh, oh, what the hell? It's taking Discord from the wrong Discord device. It's taking sound from um. I'm just gonna delete this layer and then import a new layer. Uh, is there a working Discord? Why does it say mini lab? Say
Wait, what?
something. Okay.
Hello.
Hello?
Say
It
something I'm giving up.
Yahoo! Find you. Yay.
okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can hear
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
Noise.
Wait, am I still
Oh
lagging
my.
very far behind? Is
No,
my
not really.
Your stream?
Not that much.
okay? Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool.
Yes.
I just realized that I'm the only one on the wrong scene.
That's okay. Wait, aren't we all on the wrong scene?
Wait, what?
So,
There's only one
so,
scene, right? So there's
We're all on the
everyone's on the right
splash.
scene. Yeah.
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 uh, uh, uh,
Yes.
Ish.
uh,
Ish.
uh,
Uh. Eh. Uh. Okay.
wait, hang on. So right now it's an overlay problem, which is it's not on the correct size because the
Okay, take your time.
It's all right.
This
Okay,
kind of
it's
thing
okay.
happens.
Yeah.
We officially start at 6, I guess.
I,
Yeah, that's the time we agreed on. I think,
Yep.
yeah.
Mm.
We
okay.
have time. Don't worry.
Well, I think I'm done. I think.
Is it? Okay.
I think. Um. hmm. So we could. What was I about to do? Oh, right. I could give like a quick review of what happened last session.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Could you do that? I need to check on some food that's on the stove.
uh no, Melvin, you didn't disturb my flow. That you helped find out something that I didn't notice.
Recording the whole session and you just don't hear us talk at
Oh,
all.
the pain. First session, music's too loud. Second session, can't hear the players at all. Christ.
Third session.
Okay.
Third session, not recording.
No more players. Not recording.
I mean, no more players. Are you planning to leave Ligma?
No.
Ligma will just find the wand of Kaboom and instantly start using it.
Yeah.
It just ends the game completely.
Yeah, destroy the carnival before you even find the fake crossing.
Why?
That was the short campaign.
It's actually a one shot in disguise.
A free shot, but yeah. Okay, so you guys. So the context of this is you guys are not having your first time visit to the carnival. This is at least your second time. The reason being that the first time you visited the carnival, you visited without a ticket, and during that time you lost something important to you. So now 8 years have passed. You're back at the carnival, and this is where you guys met each other outside. You got 2 tickets from a mysterious benefactor, and for a period of time, let's wait this. For a period of time, you guys. Oh my god!
Ooh.
Music.
Hey, why is it coming out of my speakers?
It's okay.
It's okay, it's okay.
We don't mind.
Okay, yeah. So
Sound.
so for a period, so you guys walked around the carnival. Well, not all of you. Most of the party went back to your individual stations.
Yeah.
While half the party, which was Endicos and Elliot, together with Hesadiel, a small cat, walked around some of the attractions. Endicos donated a button to a monkey to wear on his hat. And then you took a look. You went to Lost Property, helped with a lost child. At which point you learned about the displacer beast that works there having lost her cub somewhere in this carnival many years ago. You took a look at the dragonfly rides from the outside. Saw the carousel, and is carousel the correct? No, you saw the carousel and Elliot was reminded of an incident from his past. You had an eating contest at the feasting orchard where Endicos won and obtained a cupcake of invisibility. Then you had a ride with at the gondola swans, where you met Feathermine, a haughty swan who likes asking philosophical questions. She asked a few philosophical questions, which only Barbados gave a debatably satisfactory answer, following which she got upset by his further questions and threw everyone into the river.
True, everyone.
Accurate.
Um,
I mean, technically, Barbados jumped off the swan at his own will.
Yeah.
That's true. Barbados jumped off the swan at his own will, much to her relief. And everyone sort of met up. And you guys had not you guys. Hesadiel had a snail race, and won the race.
Yeah.
I forgot what he won. He won something.
The potion?
Oh yeah, it was a potion. Potion of advantage was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then meanwhile, Barbados jumped off the swan and went off to the mystery mine on his own. So as you guys begin to rendezvous at the outside Pixie Kingdom, you saw this very big, very obvious. You see this very obviously large figure that is Barbados T-posing as he stands on a mine cart entering the mystery mine. Together with like 7 other people sitting in the minecart, just staring, looking up at him, jaws open. Yeah. You hear a lot of howlers and screams later, and then you see his minecart come back up, and he's still T-posing there. Everyone in his cart is either laughing or screaming and looking all confident, but as they crawl out, Barbatos is still standing in the minecart, T-posing, and every indication of life is just gone from his face. It appears that he has fallen unconscious while T-posing.
Just imagine all the T-pose.
Power of being extremely muscular.
Yeah, all the muscles just cramped up
Flex.
while while he was catching us.
So, at the end of the last session, we were on our way to Pixie Kingdom, right? We haven't met up there yet?
Yeah, you haven't met up there yet.
Okay.
Is there anything you guys are planning to do?
Well, since me and Andakos came from Hall of Illusions dragging Candlefoot's, what was it? Handkerchief?
Oversized
Oh,
handkerchief, yeah.
Yeah.
So I dragged it all the way to Pixie Kingdom. Am I allowed to do that?
You can, but it's probably gonna pick up dirt off from the ground.
Oh no,
That's okay.
Oh no.
that's okay. As long as it's still dry.
Oh, you know what?
And then
You could just walk over it.
We'll just make it.
It's not going to be moist.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You know what? We'll just make it how do I put this? We'll just make it a mundane but slightly magical item. It's an oversized handkerchief. It comes in like its own little handkerchief pouch of holding.
Oh.
And he basically gives this to you because it's all soaked up now.
Oh.
But it has all the properties of a bar of soap.
Oh.
Oh,
So you can clean yourself
clean
with
the
that.
floor.
Yeah.
I can shower like in the open.
Yeah.
Mm,
I mean,
very useful.
yes.
No, I'm not gonna.
So we get the handkerchief and I give it to Andakos.
Yeah, and he also passes you like this little pouch that he this little pouch or pocket that he took it out of.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's a little handkerchief pouch of holding.
Okay.
Only has a large amount of space for handkerchiefs.
Just for handkerchief.
When Ligma said he was gonna drag it, right? I was so tempted to like, what if I tied it at his tail?
No.
You could give me a sleight of hand check.
What? Oh my
Ooh.
gosh.
You can actually do it.
Okay,
Oh no.
I'm gonna
You'll
try
never
it.
know.
And then
Sleight
and
of
then
hand.
Anacos would give me you can either give me a perception check or you tell me what your passive perception is.
With mine?
Yeah, if you
Like,
if you suspect he's up to
I'll
something.
just make a. How do passive perception?
It's 8 plus your proficiency plus your perception score.
Oh.
No. 8 plus proficiency plus wisdom. Sorry. It would
Okay.
also be the little faint number next to your perception skill. If I remember correctly.
Okay. Yeah. It says 11.
Mm.
So it's either I keep that or I roll for a check. Hmm.
I'm gonna roll my sleight of hand. Just so you
No.
know. I
Oh
think I'm
no.
pretty good at it.
Oh no.
Ah.
It's not gonna
Oh.
work.
Yeah.
Ah.
Okay.
So are you gonna roll for it or no?
No, I'll keep it.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah, so you managed to successfully tie the really large handkerchief to his
The
tail.
moist handkerchief.
Yeah, so on top of having this really large billowing flag that's attached to his tail. It's also dripping water everywhere you go.
Oh.
Oh,
Do I at least feel this happening? Because like,
ap- ap-
moist on my tail.
apparently
yeah,
not.
someone's there.
Yeah,
So I
yeah,
just drag around this giant handkerchief behind me while
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
walking.
It
Would it have been better if I like instead of just tying one end to your tail, right? I
Mhm.
actually like twirl it around so like it doesn't. Most of it is still on your tail, but some of it is just dragging.
Oh no.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be that long of a line.
So you just have tail extensions now.
Yeah,
Yes.
you have a tail extension.
You have a tail extension and a large trailing moisture trail behind you. And yeah,
I mean,
you
like when you realize it and you remove it, you'll have a super clean tail. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So
yeah,
what
and
now?
probably the reason why you didn't notice was because you're right next to the snail racing. It's probably all that moisture that's just being blown around is because from the snail's what's that?
Mucus.
Yeah, the snail's mucus, and at this point you're just used to it from working right next to it this whole time.
All right.
Oh
Um.
God.
So we're already at the entrance at Pixie Kingdom, right?
Yeah. And it looks like the attendants in there are busy at the moment, but you Elliot and Edicos, you see a familiar figure. Not that you've introduced yourself them too much yet, but you see a familiar figure approaching you, accompanied by a big bugbear. Um, and that familiar figure is the Witchlight hand that you bought um, the lollies from.
Ooh, okay.
Um, and and the bugbear approaches you, and he he glares at the witchlight hand, and with his arms folded, and like he's got this whole what's that bouncer vibe to him, and
Okay.
the witchlight hand sort of bows his head slightly and says, so about your purchase earlier, I would like to apologize. Um, uh, there was a bit of a he looks to the bugbear, and he looks back at you, a bit of a confusion on my part, which was that and then he takes out the money that he accepted from you, and passes it back to you. At the Witchlight Carnival, we only accept payments in the form of ticket punches. So if you don't mind, and he holds up the ticket puncher, and and sort of like gestures for one of your tickets. Uh, if you don't mind, I would need to.
Oh, I see.
okay, I pass. Oh,
Yeah. Wait,
I'll-
is Elliot already there? Actually.
am I already there? I mean, technically, I bought the candy, right?
Yeah, I assume that you guys were already there because snail racing is quite near it as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Elliot, go.
Okay, I just passed the ticket to the person.
Yeah, he punches it, and then he says, also as the as what's the word
Compensation.
Compensation.
Compensation?
I guess, but no
Refund?
token of appreciation, compensation, and
Okay.
apology. Here's something from my oh yeah, here I am sitting through my book trying to find it.
The wand of Kaboom.
No.
You really wanted.
Um.
It's too early.
So he gives you a he says usually these would cost a ticket punch, but this is more of an apology for all trouble. Um, he takes out a large flower petal, and on it is a large tree-sap lollipop.
Oh, sounds very tasty.
Yes. It's one of the carnival's many attractions. Yeah. And then he awkwardly looks at you, looks at the bugbear, and then says, I'll go back to my stall now. And he turns off and quickly walks away. Yeah, the bugbear nods and goes, hope you guys. Oh, right. I was about to say, I hope you guys have a good time, but then I realized I was supposed to do one more thing. Then he produces what's that? 4 tickets, and goes. Usually, uh, staff, even staff, if you want to take a break, you would need to, what's the word? Use tickets as well. So, I've heard complaints from some of the Witchlight hands that there have been a few of you going around enjoying rides and games without a ticket. Lucky enough, uh, a mysterious benefactor of yours or something has bought tickets for y'all. So here you go.
Hi, Silver Star.
Hello.
Nice. You're with us now.
Yay, the
Yes,
cat's
the
with us.
cat has waken up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I take the ticket and I ask the bugbear, have they seen anything strange lately?
Define strange.
Someone without wings, probably with a pig mask.
Lots of people. Everyone who should be here has wings.
All right.
By the
And
way,
then
out of
Hmm?
character, the pigmask girl was also wearing wings. Wait, she should be wait. Was she not
Oh.
wearing wings in the picture I sent?
Well, I don't
Oh,
think
she wasn't. Okay.
she was. Yeah, she wasn't.
They all should be wearing wings as well.
All right.
Um, yes, this character was something that I should have prepared, but also didn't prepare. No, where did he go? But if you're talking about things unusual, things have a tendency to go missing from the carnival. So keep your wits about you.
All right. And I sort of nod towards his direction.
There's more stuff he usually says, but let me just. Uh, uh, well, if you have more information, then I'm usually by the staff area, so you know where to find me. Then he
Alright.
turns away and walks off. Yeah, I told Miniland the penalty for falling unconscious in the mine shaft. And she says, "Bruh, fuck the mine shaft, never again."
Oh no. Well, we'll find out when we go there.
Oh, you
Mm.
want to go there?
Well, I don't know. Maybe. Um. So I turned to the rest of us in the group. Like, shouldn't we go inside? Are we allowed to yet? And then like,
I guess
Okay. So you guys took the 4 tickets, right? Is any of you holding on to the ticket for Barbitos or
uh,
fuck off it?
I guess I'll hold Barbatos.
You hold Barbitos. On the page. Let me just stick a post-it in this page.
What happened?
The whole thing, the whole post-it that came out of the post-it. Okay. Where is Pixie Kingdom? Okay. yeah, I almost misread the word. A copse of oak trees shelter a miniaturized fairground. At its heart, a hamster runs inside a tiny Ferris wheel, encircled by minuscule wagons and candy stalls. A pixie sits cross-legged in the hollow of a tree at the entrance to this ground. And the pixie flies up to you guys. He goes, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am an everyman. My name is Jeremy Plum, and I'll have you believe that Pixie Kingdom is the best attraction in the carnival. And don't believe me? Well, we have a hamster that rides rounds, and he loves to talk. We have talking flowers, we have talking birds, and got all the best sweets, and well, everything that could bring you fun, we have. Mystery Mine, that thing will scare you to death. Bubbles, dragonflies, who wants to ride those things, right? What you want is to play around in Pixie Kingdom. So come on!
Does everything talk in the Pixie Kingdom? That's a lot of talking.
I mean, who doesn't like talking? The only people that are talking are like what, bouncers and librarians. Oh, have you been to a library? All they do is shh. We just want to gossip. Shh. Let's talk. Shh. So, such a drag.
I look to everyone else and see if they're going in.
Um,
I'm going in.
yeah, with my damp, moist tail, I go in.
You have to specify that.
I'll follow behind them.
Yeah, he goes, yeah, here at the particular, we accept all sorts, whether you're wet or dry or moist. Anyway, so, to to enter Pixie Kingdom, what we recommend is to join us as Pixies. So, I'd suggest you pick up, a Pixie name. So you guys can, like for me example, my name's Jerry. So you can come up with a name that's just like mine, or I could give you a name to use. You can roll a d8, and then I'll give you names to use that you can use.
Okay.
Just any name?
Okay, so if you want to roll, I'll tell you what your roll gets you, and then if you want to come up with your own, you can use the ones that I've given as like prompts. So he looks over to Nicholas and goes, "Your name will be Panache."
How do you spell that?
I'm quite sure I'm pronouncing it wrong. Panachhe.
Nash?
P-A-N-A.
And then he goes up. He flies over to Singularis, and then, oh, I've heard lots about you. You're very sweet and soft. Your name will be Cotton Candy.
Oh.
Okay. 1d8.
Ooh, yours, let's call you Puddle Mud.
Bowman?
Puddle Mud.
Okay. Do we have to give a ticket punch away?
Oh yes. Yeah, he takes out the ticket puncher and goes, I almost forgot. It's a ticket punch to enter, but all the attractions in the Pixie Kingdom is paid for. I mean, except for the sweets and drinks, but all the attractions are paid for by that ticket punch.
Does Silver Star roll as well?
Yeah, does Silver Star want to have a pixie name?
Silver Star?
You roll
yeah.
you roll a d8.
Oh, Silver Star is in the.
Yeah, she's typing in OOC.
Then, oh, 6.
Oh.
Roll again because
Ah. This luck.
you know what? Since you're so much like two of them, how about we call you Panache Mud? No, that's not cute.
How about Puddle Mash?
Puddle Mash, yes! Perfect! It's almost like as if you're already one of us. Then he turns around and, oh, you are one of us!
So I asked them, what are these names for?
Oh! Well, I mean, while you're here, and not in your currently giant self, he waves at like your whole figure. While you're here, in Pixie Kingdom, you might as well be pixies in the Pixie Kingdom. So, pixie names, pixie size. And then if you're ready, he starts he takes out like a bunch of pixie dust, and he he gives each of you a small potion to drink, and then he also hands out like small pouches of pixie dust. So oh wait, no, he does sprinkle. Yeah, he does sprinkle pixie dust on each of you. So for if you drink the potion, then it reduces your size to tiny for 1 hour, or until you want the effect to end. And while you are tiny, you have disadvantage on strength checks and strength saving throws, and your weapons deal 2d4 less damage. But it can't reduce your damage below 1. What else? Let's see. I'm forgetting something.
What about our other checks?
The other checks are fine.
Alright.
And, since all of you took the thing, where is it? Wait, why do I hear multiple music going on?
I don't know.
I'm gonna stop all this. Stop it all. Where's the entire music control? Yeah. You can feel like the liveliness of the entire fair has gone up a little.
Ooh.
How do we make ourselves smaller again?
You drink the potion that he's given
Your
you.
potion.
Okay. So we all drink the potion?
We all drink the potion.
Yay.
Okay, cool. So the Pixie Kingdom is a tranquil oasis compared to the rest of the bustling carnival. The air is filled with the aroma of blackberry wine and flower blossoms. 8 brightly painted doorways are nestled in the bark at the bases of the surrounding trees. You see, like, from what you can tell, there's about 12 pixies flying around. And some of them go up to you. Oh, hi, how are you? Welcome to Pixie Kingdom. How's your stay so far? Where are you from? How long have you been here? How long do you plan to stay here? Also, what do you do? Oh my gosh, that's so amazing!
Too many questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are free to explore this. You're free to explore the kingdom and experience its many wonders. You can ride Pinecone, which is an excitable park that only listens to pixies. The kingdom centerpiece is a pixie palace made entirely of old cocoon husks, beautifully woven together. You can dine on cucumber melon sandwiches and thimbleberry tarts inside one of the pixie cottages, and you can even see like you can see from the window that there are people inside there just eating what looks like the most amazing tart you've ever seen. Those tarts that are just so amazingly sweet. You possibly of them. Or tea, probably tea. And you can ride the wheel, which is powered by a talkative hamster named Biscuit.
Oh.
Or you
I
can
go
spend
to-
time talking to the pixie. So.
Oh yeah. I go to the food.
Wait. Wait, I wanted to do something.
Oh, what is it?
I wanted to approach you guys and pull you guys away from the chaos.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
We follow.
I follow you.
Follow Syria.
Oh, hi guys. I see you guys are a little overwhelmed there, and I don't think I know your pixie names yet. Could you tell me?
My name is Cotton Candy.
Mine is Padomud.
I'm Panache.
I see. Cotton Candy, you seem to have something on your tail there.
Oh.
No.
No, how could you?
No.
And I take it off and like, why is this here? I put it back in the bag of holding that it's dedicated to.
I don't know how I got there. I don't
And
know.
I sort of shift my eyes towards Andicos.
I don't know.
Elias shrugs too, looks away.
All right then. And that's all from me.
Well, I guess I'll accompany you guys around here. Where do you guys like to go first?
I think we all
I would say food, except we were stuffed with custard
Yeah.
just an hour ago, and I'm not. My character is not ready to eat anything.
Where else could we go? We could probably go to the palace or the hamster if you guys are interested.
Hamster.
Might as well
That
look
does
around.
sound fun.
Hamster.
Hamster.
Okay, so Assyria leads them to the hamster.
Okay.
How do you make our like tokens smaller?
Oh, you scale it, right click, go to the setting, and then you can
It's a
scale it.
Gearbox.
appear-
Like appearance. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Now extremely small.
Oh, you're smaller than me.
A little bigger.
Okay. So this wooden wheel has 8 wicker carriages. Biscuit, the hamster who trundles around inside the contraption, that turns the wheel, is very talkative. So he goes, "Oh, hello! New guest! Welcome! Come on, ride the wheel with me!" So, how's everyone? By the way, we heard like the latest gossip all the pixies are talking about.
What's the latest gossip?
So apparently everyone's on the lookout for a Kenku troublemaker, but she's using magic to disguise herself.
Ooh.
Kenku.
Yes, Kenku. I think it's like this race of crow people or something. Like, except that they can't fly, and also they can't really talk. They just copy whatever you say. It's like, oh, come on, have your own personality, man. Right.
Yeah.
Is this a tip for us to talk to everyone? Suss out who the Kenku is.
You mean our character?
Yeah, our character.
Up to you.
Okay.
You guys plan on riding the wheel, or?
Yeah,
We could,
you,
yeah.
we hop
Yeah,
onto
yeah.
the wheel.
Yeah.
All of us read it.
Are
Looks
we
like
all
there's
allowed
no
to
scene.
ride?
Right?
Oh, there's enough space for all of us.
Yeah, there's enough space for all of you.
We're not gonna all go on one cart, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah. And while he's spinning the thing, he goes, "Oh, well, I assume you guys haven't seen the kangaroo troop yet. But what about Candlefoot? Because Candlefoot and Flusha the mermaid are in love. But on top of that, Candlefoot's recently lost his voice. Was that part of his act? Do you guys know? Have you seen him yet? Have you seen him? Has he said anything to you about it?
He hasn't really said anything much to me other than his proposal to the mermaid. But aside from that, I don't think he said anything.
Oh, a mermaid? I thought he was with was it Pana? How do you know how to pronounce this?
Palasha.
Pana? Yeah, Pana, whatever.
Oh yeah. Palasha is a mermaid. She works at Silver Song Lake. She sings the most enchanting songs. Or so I've heard anyway. I don't really believe much. But well, sometimes the pixies bring me there. But you know, just imagine a procession of pixies bringing the hamster around. It'll take us forever. Man, who wants to be outside the Pixie Kingdom anyway? The Pixie Kingdom's best.
Okay. How many gossip do we get for one ride of the wheel, actually? Our character.
It doesn't say how many gossips you get. It's more of would you like the one last gossip you can get here?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, by the way, I saw you guys chatting with Birdie the Bugbear earlier. Did you know that Birdie Bugbear often talks philosophy with one of the gondola swans? That Bugbear is brains as well as brawn. Oh my god. Right?
Seems like it, yeah.
Elliot looks like he knows which gondola swan they're referring to. Still feels mildly upset about his treatment.
Well, I heard apparently Bugbear when he with the not Bugbear Birdie when Birdie talks to her, they have such amazing discussions. Oh, and the other thing, well, I don't know how true this is, and it's not up to me to slander others or anything, but apparently, it's not really slander. It's more of gossip, I guess. But apparently, Featherine is also like us, loves to gossip. I mean, who doesn't love to gossip? There's so much juicy juice going around everywhere.
Okay. Before we get off the ride, can I ask the hamster what their favorite section of the Pixie Kingdom is?
Well, mine, of course, because you get to go up, get to go down, and I get to have the best ride ever. But there's this amazing event that's happening pretty soon, and just as that, two pixies come up to you guys. They introduce themselves as Honey Mint and Starbuck. And they go, welcome guys, we are just about to start our hide and seek game. I'm Honeymead, and this is the seeker Starbuck. So, during the hide and seek game, if you so choose to play it, you can hide anywhere in Pixie Kingdom, and Starbuck will go looking for you. There are prizes to be won if you.
Okay. I agree to join this hide and seek.
I also
Let's
agree.
go.
But I do ask, how long does this last? How long do we have to hide for?
Basically, it's just hide and seek until the last person is found. So whoever's the last to be found wins.
Nice.
Okay. I like before anyone does anything, I go up to Osiria and then ask quietly what like for some tips on where to hide.
Well,
Nice drop.
well, there are a lot of places here. There's a really cool flower bed around here. If you guys can shrink a little bit into there. There's also a lot of buildings. Was it carriages? You can hide around there.
Okay. Elliot decides to take your carriage suggestion.
Okay, so there's and at the same time, Honey Knit also says, oh, by the way, some interesting places you can hide at is Biscuit's Wheel, the flower bed over there, and the Heron's Nest, which is like, can see this. To you guys, it's pretty large, but it's usually quite small. It's a bird that's just nestled nicely into its own nest.
Oh. What was the first one?
Biscuit's Wheel, which is the
Okay.
hamster.
The one we're at. Okay. Do we start choosing where we hide?
Yeah, so you choose where you hide, and you'll roll a wisdom stealth check to hide.
Okay. Are there any crates nearby?
Yeah, probably. There's probably some crates near one of the carriages.
Okay. I hide by the carriages next to the crates.
Yeah. Give me a wisdom stealth check, which is you check if you have proficiency in stealth.
But can I try something?
Sorry. Yes.
Can I try casting minor illusion on myself to hide myself within a crate? Like I create my own crate.
Is this
Basically.
prop hunt?
Yeah, basically I
Open the
turn
crate to
myself
find
into
a
a
crate.
prop. I turn myself into a crate. Basically, I hide in it.
Okay.
Prop
Am I allowed?
You can
Am I
cast-
allowed to do that?
Sure. Then we'll just consider as you have advantage on your roll.
Okay.
So you roll a wisdom stealth check, which is basically a stealth check, but instead of rolling dexterity. Okay, how
You
about
roll with.
you roll with wisdom. So you check if you have proficiency in let me pull up your character sheet on my end.
Yep.
So for you don't have proficiency in stealth. So
Yeah.
it's basically wisdom, a straight up wisdom roll.
Okay. So I have advantage.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. Ability check. Advantage. Where is it? Oh, 16. It says.
Okay.
Ooh.
Write this down.
I want to try something else though.
Hmm.
Can I, while I'm in the crate that I'm in, can I use my disguise kit to make myself look like someone else? So that if ever I'm found, I am not the person being found.
What?
Yeah, like, for example, I disguise myself to look like Andakos.
If
So
you're
if
found,
I'm fine,
if
if
you're
I'm found,
if you're found, you're not allowed to participate in the next round.
no. Like, if I'm found, but I'm wearing the disguise kit, like, let's say I look like Andakos, they spot me as Andakos.
Okay, you know what? You can
Or is this
try.
too complex?
So
Okay.
so give me a dexterity check with your disguise kit, and that will be contested against the insight check.
Okay. Disguise kit. How do I use this?
And then now I have to look up for a pixie stat block.
Sorry. How does this work? Use disguise kit, and then what's the ability modifier?
Dexterity.
Is it with advantage or no?
No.
Alright. 15.
Okay. Well, that's assuming that you can find me right. What am I looking for? Pixie stat block. Okay. So just hold on to that number, and then if it turns out it's you that's found, I'll ask you. Okay, so for the rest, where do you hide?
I'll hide under this carriage.
Okay.
I'm
Give
following
me
them.
you give me a wisdom stealth check.
Okay. My stealth will be +2 if I have advantage, right?
So does your stealth have wait. Do you have proficiency in stealth?
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah. Then it's
Just with
basically
that.
your wisdom check with your +2. Yes. But you don't have advantage though.
Yeah. Okay. So +2.
I think.
Oh no,
Oh,
Oh.
no.
that was awful. I mean,
Yeah.
technically it's 4, but
So you're hiding under a crate, is it?
I'm hiding under the carriage.
Carriage.
Oh, you're hiding under the carriage.
Oh no,
But little
is
did-
Syria with me or no?
Little did you know, like as you crawl under the carriage, you sort of bump up against the carriage a bit, and everything in the carriage just go.
Oh no,
Oh
that's
no.
so loud.
Syria, where are you hiding?
I was following, let's see, Puddle Bud? Do I need to roll that also?
You can slowly back away.
Okay. I saw that happen and I'm slowly backing away.
And none of that shit.
I will hide by the flower beds. Because
Okay.
I suggested that first.
Yeah. So as you approach the flower beds, you notice that the flowers in the flower beds are talking, and they're going, oh my god, no! My flowers are silkier than yours, and I wax them every day. Look at all these bees flying around me. They know I look the best. And then the other flowers going, no, it's not about the appearance, it's about the quality. As you can see, all these bees, all the bees are flying around you because you're just nice to look at. But they come to me because I have the highest quality pollen and best smelling nectar. You don't smell as great, if you know what I mean. And yeah, they're quite loud here.
Okay. Anyway, I approach them and I cut into their conversation and say, "Well, I think the both of you have very wonderful petals."
And then they go, oh my gosh, you're so sweet. And they just, you can hide this. No, keep quiet and you just hide here. And then they sort of like raise their leaves to just help hide you a little bit more.
Thank you.
They're like aunties hanging out at the ground floor of a building.
Yeah. Exchanging gossip like that.
Yeah. Then give me advantage on the wisdom stealth check.
Okay. Oh wait. Oh yeah, I don't have an advantage on my stealth, so it's just wisdom. Advantage, right?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah, you hide really well.
Oh my god.
Wow.
No,
22.
Okay, who's the last person? Oh right, Casadillo. Where does the cat hide?
Wait, where did
I
Anthos
have not heard yet. I
Oh,
have not
all
heard
right.
yet.
Oh right. Oh my bad.
But let's go for the cat first.
Is Silver Star here?
You have to go away for a bit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just what if I just carried it with me?
You could, yeah.
Yeah.
We can do you first.
Okay. Okay. Now I need to check. Am I aware that Cynarius is disguising as myself?
No, because I casted minor illusion first, so you wouldn't. I was a prop when I was disguising.
You can
I'm inside the crate thing.
you can give me a perception check contested against his stealth wisdom roll.
Okay. So perception check.
Wait, so I need to roll as. Oh.
No.
No, you don't.
I'll just compare it to your
Okay.
old one. Which
Yeah,
I
you have no idea what he's hiding.
have no idea. Okay. So the thing is that, okay, if I had an idea, right, I would have like disguised as you. But since I have no
Yeah.
idea, I guess I would be myself, and I would. Can I take a bite of that cupcake I had?
Oh.
Oh,
Wait, don't you have to
that's
eat
so
the food?
hard.
You have to eat the whole
You have
thing.
to eat the whole thing.
You have to eat the whole thing for it to
Also-
work.
How long
does
does
it
the-
last?
Yeah, how
It's
long
1
does
minute.
the invisible?
1
Oh.
minute.
Is that enough?
You know?
Maybe save it.
Yeah, I'm gonna save it, okay, but I'm gonna climb up the tree and just like hang there. Like the most colorful tree I can find. Just climb up there.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a what's that? Wisdom stealth check.
Wisdom stealth check. Oh wait, how does that work again?
You see if you have proficiency in stealth, and you basically do. If you have proficiency, then it's a stealth. It's a wisdom check plus your proficiency. And if you don't have proficiency, then it's a straight up wisdom check.
Oh.
Yep. Ooh.
That one is the proficiency.
No, that was your wisdom modifier.
Yeah. So wait, do you have proficiency? You should, right? So you don't
I
have.
didn't change it.
Okay, so you don't have proficiency in stuff, so it's basically your wisdom roll. So you should have plus. Oh yeah, correct, +1, correct. Then yeah, so the result of your wisdom self roll is 19, correct.
Okay.
And yeah, needless to say, because of all the loud banging and clinking noises, the first person to be found was
Yeah.
Elliot. So
I don't like.
so
Another one.
so he goes, found one. Now then he takes your hand and come on, off the center, wait for the turn of everyone. And he goes, okay, next round of hiding, go! And he covers his eyes, and you guys can choose a place to hide again.
Can I just stay in my same place because I'm, already in my crate?
Yeah, I would stay where I am.
You can, but you still need to make your wisdom
Oh,
stealth
you
check.
still need.
Oh,
Do
okay.
I still have my advantage?
Sure.
All right. Okay.
Ooh. I'm gonna change mine. Wait, first say thank you again to the flowers, and I'm gonna go to. Is the name of the hamster?
Biscuit.
Yes, I'm gonna go to Biscuit.
Mm-hmm. And Biscuit goes,
Yay.
oh, you're here! This is so exciting.
Hello,
By the way,
Biscuit.
hello! Oh, what are you here for? Oh, by the way, how does my fur look? How does everything look? Do I look trim and proper? Because if what's her name? If Starbucks comes over, you know they're gonna be checking on my pure skin.
Oh, don't worry. I think you look fine. Anyway, I need to hide because I'm playing hide and seek. Is it okay if I stay here?
Yeah, sure. Hide here all you want. The best butts here. So I love hide and seek, by the way, and Biscuit just keeps talking to you while you're hiding.
Oh no. So is that a disadvantage?
Sorry,
some-
disadvantage to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Ability check, disadvantage. Ooh, okay.
Oh no.
When it's like hiding with Biscuit, the first thing I think of is Biscuit just lays on top of you and you're completely hidden.
Yeah, that's probably what happens. Just that Biscuit's like talking to the fluff underneath him. Wait. that's all of you, right? Oh, we skipped Hesadio, so I guess Hesadio's not.
Yeah.
Okay, so this time around, Starbuck very quickly flies over to Biscuit and goes, "So, Biscuit, talking to yourself again?" And he goes, "No, I'm just talking. I'm just here talking to my good friend, no, I'm talking to no one."
Oh no.
Osirio has been found, and it's the next round of looking. So
Okay.
Thanks for the chat, Biscuit.
You can come hang
So
out
I
with
go
me.
I go hang out with Puddle Mud.
okay,
So it's the next round.
yeah. So you guys need to roll. You need to choose where you want to hide again, and roll your wisdom self checks.
Stay in my tree.
Yeah, I'll stay where I am as
That
a
was
critic.
fun.
No. Okay.
What? You both rolled the same number.
Wait, did we?
What? No?
Oh no.
Oh no. Okay. Okay. I see now. Yeah. And then he Starbuck flies around a bit, and then that's when he started noticing the shimmering of magic around the crates, or maybe it was the number of crates that got to him. And he flies over and just moves his hand through it,
Yeah.
and that's when his hand touches you, and he goes, "Oh, found you."
Oh. Hello. And then they see that I have that I look like Andakos.
Okay, so he needs to make an insight check to know if you're under close.
Do I do any like deception check or anything?
Your makeup is already your disguise kit was you rolled 15, right?
Yeah.
So he
Lucky.
he winces, then he goes, you got a little bit of smash there, but yeah, come along. Okay. And then he drags you to the center and then he goes, okay, it's over. Whoever's still hiding, come.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
And then I go
I would.
I go to the corner and
No,
take
he's
out
holding-
this guy.
He's holding on to you.
Yeah.
He's holding on to you.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Okay.
dropped from the
Never
tree
mind.
and I
There's two of
walk coolly towards the group. I'm like, yeah, I know I'm the winner, guys. Then I see a doppelganger and I'm like, hold on. Yeah, that Spider-Man moment.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
then we point at each other.
Point at each other. And then like, I'm the real Andy. Who's this imposter?
What do you mean? I'm the real Andy.
Oh no, how are y'all gonna prove it?
No, I'm the real Andy.
And I go,
Um,
no, I'm the real Andy.
Okay, Cynarius, can you give me a performance check to see if you mimic Andy's voice correctly?
Alright. Normal?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh!
Yeah, you sound exactly like it's not more realistic than Andy.
Let's go!
This is insane. How do you sound exactly like me?
What do you mean? You're the imposter.
No, you're the imposter. No, this is not how it's supposed to be. I'm supposed to be the winner. What's going on?
Are you still standing near the tree?
No, I'm with the group.
Oh. Well, shoot, where's the dude's name? So Honeymin flies over and goes, Ladies, gentlemen, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's not about who you are, it's about where you hid. And he goes over to the real Andy and goes, you, sir, madam, whatever you are, hid in a location that we couldn't find you. And so you win. It's that simple!
Oh.
Yay!
Okay. I guess I don't have to bother about the imposter. You're Andy number 2.
I am Andy number 2 now. For the
And I
rest
thought-
of the
I pop up again and say, wait a minute, where's cotton candy?
game. I don't know.
So Andy number
Andy
1.
number 2.
They passed you a packet of pixie dust with 2 leaves as the professor plates.
Oh.
If I remember correctly, the pixie dust allows you the leaflet to fly for 1 minute.
Ooh.
Which, by the way, you guys can do right on the way, which is probably how you got into the tree. If you were to enter. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
For how long again?
1 minute?
I think 1
Yeah.
minute.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah. You can sprinkle this dust on yourself or another creature you see within 5 feet of you. The recipient gains a speed of 30 feet and the ability to hover for 1 minute. If the creature is airborne when this effect ends, it falls safely to the ground, taking no damage and remaining its feet. It holds enough pixie dust for 100 feet.
Hmm.
Okay.
So
Do we need to continue looking to Pixie Kingdom or?
yeah, you can
Yeah, we-
continue looking through
Things
Pixie
you haven't
Kingdom.
seen.
And then the honey maid also goes, you can join the game again, around again. You can go in and around again, everyone. Yeah, everyone. No. Oh, okay.
Aw.
Oh.
Maybe later I say and never reply. Ghost honeyman.
He goes,
Oh no.
Where
Anyways,
do we-
you guys haven't seen everything. Where do you want to go next?
Is teapot part of Pixie Kingdom?
no, the teapot is
Bubble pop.
Bubble pop is
Do
a
we go
different.
to the food?
Yeah,
Do we
let's go
go
to the
to-
food. After hide and
Okay.
seek.
You probably worked up an appetite.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an all you can eat. It's an all you can eat food place. Although they do say like, please could be considerate. Do not just take everything and shove it into your bag of holdings.
All right.
Mm, don't be wasteful.
Yeah.
Just take what you need.
Okay, what? Is there only 2 foods available? The tart and the sandwich?
Yeah, the tart and the sandwich are free for the taking, but they do also have like a smaller version of the treats you get on site. But also because it's smaller, they don't really charge you a ticket much for them. So
Okay.
so they
Hold
do.
Sorry, someone's knocking at my door.
Oh.
I'll be right
Okay.
back.
That sounded ominous.
Open up.
No.
Alright, it is dinner time it is time to pause the game.
Yeah, it's almost time
It is.
for. Yeah, it's almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost 9 already.
So we could just stop,
It could end.
not end, but like pause for.
Take a break.
Yeah.
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 Sayonara's takes
Hello?
this guy's kit.
Hello?
Hi,
Hello.
Anka.
Hello.
Hello
Yes, we
back.
decided to take a break.
Yes, because
Oh,
it's
okay.
almost 7 already.
Yeah, they're also calling me. I guess we're having dinner in this food place
Yep,
too.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
I mean, it's more of. Oh no. Yeah. See ya. Oh, Mildew Radiant Hydrate. Okay. Assuming that I didn't hydrate loudly just now, or hydrate now. There's your hydrate, Meowdwin. Okay. I will continue making that insane magic item. Explosion. Oh, you really didn't hydrate. Thanks for the hydrate. By the way, Ligma, would you like to know what I've started drinking regularly? I've started drinking water with honey in it. And it's helping me lose weight. Ah ha ha ha! Mwahahaha! Ah ha ha ha! And the funny thing is that, like, with a certain concentration of the honey, it actually tastes like the packet chrysanthemum tea you can buy here. So I found a cheaper alternative. Okay, where's that picture you sent me of the kaboom? Component kaboomer. Okay, so duration won't be instant. The casting time will instead be 1 minute because Megumin does spend a ridiculous amount of time preparing a spell. And then 12d12 fire and 12d12 false. And then every new day it recharges 1d2 minus 1 charges, just so that it's not overpowered. And it says destroy on empty. There's no like checkbox for. You know what? If it ever runs out of charges, then it just gets destroyed. To be fair, you'll die using the one twice. Yeah. So if you, yeah, you know what? It starts off with 2 charges. You use 1 charge, you'll get 5 levels of exhaustion. And then if you use another charge, you die and the one dies. If you spend 5 days waiting for it to recharge, then there's a high chance that it'll be fully charged by the time you're done. And if you die for some reason, probably because the 5 levels of exhaustion is very deadly, and someone else used the wand, and it will probably be destroyed if it runs out of charges. Yeah, this is fine. Won't I die from the blast radius alone too? What's the distance of sight? Let me check. I need a different device to check. Although I think there's like a feat that increases it. On a clear day, you can see 2 miles or until your view is obstructed by terrain features. If it's raining, it usually cuts down to 1 mile. Fog cuts it down to 100 to 300 feet, and standing on a mountain or similarly elevated place will give you a visibility of 40 miles. So if you go high enough, you could nuke somewhere from a distance. Yeah, I'm not giving you this within the carnival. You know what? I figured out where I'll put it. So you probably won't get it for like at least another 3, at least another 4 sessions. Probably another 6 sessions. How about 1 session more? I am not putting this in the carnival. It's such a dangerous item. And it's like there is a perfect place for me to put it. It's the place where I would have put something if I had accidentally put that something somewhere else. It's not that dangerous. Able to kill everything within a 4.2 mile radius. No, wait. 4.2 mile. Yeah. 4.2 mile radius. Wait, this should be diameter. Okay, so that's 4.1, 2.1 radius. If you're blinded, you can't use it. I guess? You know what? While I'm waiting, this is the perfect time for me to do my doctor prescribed stretches. So I'm just gonna take my earphones, put them on the table in front of me. Out of curiosity, do you guys hear that humming noise when I raise my desk height? Orange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ouch. 9, 10. 10. Nobody noticed me miscounting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I swear I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ow! 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I am counting at the wrong speed, aren't I? Ow! Okay, I'll turn on my phone stopwatch. So, Ligma, how's your dinner? Oh wait, you're probably still eating. Listen up, kids. Don't be terrible to your pet. Otherwise, when you grow older, your doctor will tell you to do weird stretches. Dinner hasn't been cooked yet, or does your family eat later or something? Also, like, turns out the downside of having a stopwatch on my phone is that it's on my phone, and my head's not on the right angle to. Well, it's on the right angle now to see my phone since I have to turn my head downwards. You'll just speed run dinner. Okay. Ow! Why can't I just. Ow! Why can't I just have a. Okay. I have a packet of heat patches here somewhere. Where's my packet of heat patches? On this D&D break, we hear me in pain because I have physical problems. But no, I refuse to admit that I am old. Other benefit of being a VTuber, I can take my shirt off without getting Twitch flagged. Oh, where are all the products in my bag that's killing me right now? Just slapping this on my back. I smell like an old person. So you take off your shirt regardless if you're a VTuber or not? No? What? Hang on. What's this? What do you mean? I take my shirt off if I'm not streaming. I'm not proud of my body enough to take my shirt off while streaming with a camera. So, back to the hip stretches. Ah. Is the timer too frequent? How's the beat art going? It's not going. Ah, my neck. I haven't been doing beat art in a while because I've been busy with D&D. But hey, next Monday's a holiday, so I'll have time to stream. Ow. Ah. Okay. And I'm left with the last thing that allows me to look at the screen at the same time, which is the weird early session 3. How about no? Oh crap! Yeah, no, no. Oh, that is such a. Okay, okay. Now for the stretches that I can't look at the screen at the same time to do. What the hell? Why does my left side hurt, regardless of which angle I'm pointing at? Oh, oh. You're curious how I got into beat art? isn't a type of thing that seems common. So I've got a friend that does with the regular size one, and her room is fully decorated with like really large pieces of the of like whatever she makes. She's got a person sized uh Legend of Zelda the Link with the Master Sword on her wall. Uh, is that her? No, but that was her old house. I don't know if I don't know if she still has it on her current place. And yeah, that's where uh my friends and I we went to hers, and the my first time was making a Charmeleon at hers, and then the second time I made a really large Abra. It was like four or five, four, 4 or 6 panels. I can't remember. It was 4 or 6 panels large, and then that was like all ironed together. And then that was my first time learning about the difference in the beads material and how it affects the market. But basically, we had. Can you imagine having a counter for the number of times I say basically? Such a simple thing to do. But yeah, so she I use beads. I use Hama beads and perler beads on hers. The perler beads melted much more nicely. But the Hama beads take longer to melt. So the end product has like certain parts that's not fully melted and other parts that's very thoroughly melted. And then yeah, and then my thinking on along that point of time was that okay, the Abra that I made ended up like how do I describe it? It ended up slightly larger than A3 size. And my thought process is okay, what if I want something that's smaller but higher resolution? So I asked her if there was like smaller beats, and she's like, yeah, there are smaller beats. Uh, and then she told me where to look and where she buys them from, and then I started buying them on her own. And I bought all the tools on my own. And just um, the first few things I made were like really large, high resolution pictures. Like I've got you know Pokemon. There's the Zygarde core, which is like this little floppy cell thing that's got like one dead eye and one expression, one eye that has expression. So I made that for my friend, and I think that took me like 3 weekends to do or something like that. I basically just spent the entire day, like from the moment I wake up to the end of the day, just working on it. And I think that piece was where I mainly learned like how lines look. So for that period of time, what I did was I would print out on a piece of paper what I want the product to be, and then I just sort of trace on top of it. And at the same time with that, I also learned how to do gradients. Because have you ever seen like those advertisements on buses where if you look closely at the parts that's above the window panes, the way they do gradients is that they actually just have larger circles and then gradually smaller circles on as the gradient transitions. So that's how I made gradients look on Pixel B. And yeah, that's kind of how I learned it. And then after some time, I realized, oh wait, if I do this, um, like what I like about making art on Pixel Beats is that uh, it's easier for me to arrange the beats back and forth to see which look I prefer, and also figure out what I've done that looks wrong. Oh, is Kismet back? Hello? No? Not here. Oh, hello! Hello. Ligma asked me on my chat how I got into beat art. I'm actually. Yes, thank you. Wait, I don't know if I can hear this. Oh no, you can't. Oh! I know why. What is? It's because for some reason. Okay, I can see why. But say something. It's still not working. Never mind. I'll just remove that. Remove. And then the other one. Say something. Yep.
I
Okay.
am saying words.
Okay. I see volumes coming through, so it should work hopefully.
Can you hear me, Ligma?
Yes, Ligma says voice. Um, oh yeah, and then oh yeah. So at first I did like really large pieces and they took forever, and then I started tracing like smaller stuff. So I've got Charizard Switch magnet that was traced over the Charizard from um, Magikarp Jump, which was like a mobile game where your Magikarp would jump and you would grow a Magikarp, and it goes for jumping tournaments. And then yeah, and then after that I started doing more complex stuff because at one point of time I made a Timpo, which is the what was it? No, not Timpo. Dynamo. It's like a little fish Pokemon that's a dynamo or something. But I made it like the inner layers had were the fins or the upper layers were the top, and then that's where the whole 3D pixel art started becoming.
The only bead art I know is the one that's with strings, like the bracelet type.
Yeah.
But like, because it's not usually the bracelet, the one that you form actual 3D things. I don't know how to explain it. But like, if you've seen a beaded turtle, that's one I've made.
Yeah. My aunt does that.
Oh,
My aunt's this like when you enter my aunt's house, there's just display cabinets everywhere of like little dogs, rabbits. She's
that's
even made
cute.
like those those pencils that there's like at the back they have like the eraser, or sometimes people just put like a little head there.
Pencil toppers,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. She makes pencil toppers and she gave me a Pikachu one.
Oh, that's so cute. I is it like just an aunt thing? Because I also remember one of my aunts getting into that.
Well, I mean, maybe I've reached that age in my life where I have retired and I have nothing else to do. Time to pick up a new hobby. But hey, on the bright side, if your aunt has retired and she's able to do hobbies, that's a good thing, as opposed to if she has to continue working after retirement.
That's true. Slave to the workforce.
No.
I do not want to work for like all of my life and then just retire at the end. I'm starting on the doodles.
What concerned noises about what doodles to make this time?
Don't you have a Twitter? Actually, I should probably ask everyone for their Twitter so I can tag you guys.
No.
Ah.
Do not find out my Twitter. Do not find out my Twitter until I create one for my Twitch.
Okay. Why? What's on it?
Unsay so things.
Okay then. I will not ask about that.
I mean, not my unsay so things, but unsay so things.
I will still not ask about that.
Just in case there's any misconceptions.
I just walked into
Hi!
unsay so things.
We're
No,
talking about Amsudai's Twitter.
no, we're not.
I have nothing to say or add to this conversation.
The conversation was Pixel B. How did it come to this?
You can post pixel beads on Twitter. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Just not my current Twitter.
Just make a new Twitter.
Yeah, but then it's that same problem again. I have to manage 2 accounts or make sure I don't look at concerning
Sus
things and such things from
Oh my god.
my Twitch account.
Not that it's sus things, but I follow different people with my other accounts, and sometimes I just end up liking people's posts, but with the wrong account. Yeah, cause like when Twitter gives you notifs,
Oh.
like on your phone, you just click on it, and you can't change your account like when you look at the tweet. You can only go back,
Ah. Maybe there's
So
like preferences of like which accounts notify. Maybe?
yeah, I hope there's preference. I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't seen any in the settings, or I haven't looked hard enough.
Okay, you know what? I'm getting a new phone next week because it's Sunday. So I'm gonna once I get my new phone, which is probably once I get my new phone, I'll install Twitter on it and I'll create a new account for my Twitch profile. How's that?
Okay.
And then I'll just continue using my own phone to look at stuff.
Yeah, the same. Like, I haven't had like a Twitter before, and then you guys were like, you should post your art somewhere. And
This,
yeah, I just decided. I haven't like I had a Twitter, but I never used it.
this is why Ligma doesn't have Twitter until now. Is Ligma using
Apparently.
Twitter for suspicious thing too?
Is this the call out to Ligma?
Hey, Ligma, maybe we should share what you're looking at. Sharing is caring. Kappa.
What's with the face?
Okay, I'm done with my Twitter. Oh, no, I can do that. My knees refuse to move.
Oh no.
We need to call an ambulance for you.
No, I'm fine.
You don't sound fine.
Oh no, I left my phone on
Like you're in
flop.
pain.
Yeah, you sound like you're in.
I'm fine. I'm fine. There's
Just
nothing
not
wrong going on, I swear.
Oh, what is Ligma in your stream chat, by the way?
I think it's because he's waiting for dinner to be cooked.
Oh.
But
Oh,
also,
so you're gonna eat while we play?
yeah, I
mean,
don't know.
PM play.
I don't know because I don't think he can. He's speed eating.
Eating.
run.
Okay, concentrate on your speed eating lah.
Try not to choke.
Yeah, drink water.
Oh, okay. Now I see. 55 minutes ago, Silverstar said, "What did I miss?" Or
Oh,
reminded
Oh,
himself,
no.
bomb
Oh.
Signaris for the deception.
literally when we took a break. Oh no.
What did I miss?
Well, to catch you up, what you missed was everyone except you played hide and seek. Signaris pretended to be a crate while pretending to be Endicos, and then Signaris got caught. Oh right, Osiria hid around flowers while complimenting the petals. And then hid underneath a very large
Yes,
hamster.
prop hunt.
Hid underneath a very large hamster while the hamster was talking to itself. And Elliot crawled under a carriage, but bumped around too much. Prop hunt? No, it's just hide and seek. It's just Signaris that decided to do prop hunt. And yeah, Endicos hid in a tree, and Endicos won. A bag of pixie dust.
I just realized none of us went to the heron.
The what?
The heron, I think?
Yeah.
That bird.
Yeah, I heard harem also.
Uh,
the harem.
Heron. Heron. It's a bird, not a.
Oh, the heron.
Yes, there is no
Oh,
place full of.
There's no harem.
heron. Y'all want a pixie harem?
Your very own pixie harem.
I described a bird. Sure, you know what? Sure, fine. The heron has like a bunch of tiny little male chicks in the hands.
Where's the nest?
Somewhere in Pixie Kingdom.
Awesome. Is that honeypot a destination or is it just a decoration?
Which one?
The one with the bee sticking out of it.
Oh.
It's kind of cute.
Oh, it's probably one of the stalls.
Oh,
Do
so it's
they
not
do
a
honey?
specific place, right?
It's not a specific place, but it might be among the list of random things happening in the carnival that I didn't read because I didn't properly prepare beforehand last session. Where is it? Where is it? I have once again lost track of where the description is. Oh, there it is. Wait, are we waiting for everyone or is everyone here already?
We're waiting for Ligma.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. You could roll a d8 and I'll tell you what the cards see.
Who are you telling this to? Everyone?
Everyone while we wait?
Okay, everyone then. Let's
A
roll.
D8.
D8.
Wait, what are we rolling for?
Random occurrence.
Oh, sure. Wait,
Hello?
again.
Oh, you're back.
Hi.
Oh, welcome back. I
I
guess
guess-
no random occurrence then.
I guess no one finds out what they roll.
I'm sorry.
Some
Next
day.
time.
I mean,
next
I
time.
could keep eating if you want.
No. Okay, I could just tell you.
I can save this for. Wait, do the occurrences change?
No, they're fixed. So we could just read. I could just read out one of them and then we just continue.
Okay.
A satyr with red and white striped horns plays the pipe while leading a procession of dancing rodents.
White Piper?
Yes.
But yes, that's outside the Pixie Kingdom. So you just vaguely see it happening, and has everyone eaten their fill of cucum whatever tarts?
You come?
Cucum mal tarts, I think.
Oh, yeah. I don't think we have.
Cucamelon.
Cucum melon
Yeah.
sandwiches and thimbleberry tarts inside one of the Pixie Kingdoms. That's where you guys are.
Okay.
Yes.
So I guess we go eat some tarts.
Nom 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 nom.
Okay, now that we've had that and our dinner break is over, I'll just
Yeah.
progress. I would progress the time if I could figure out which of my cursors it is supposed to. Oh, is it this? There we go.
Oh. That was less time
Ooh.
than I anticipated.
Yes.
Half an
13
hour.
minutes.
Okay, I'll just awkwardly move it. Here.
bit.
Yeah, a bit more.
Okay.
Ooh, it's
So
almost,
now what?
it's almost that big top thing.
Yeah, that one will happen at the end of the 4th hour. And you guys are saying we don't do it until next session.
I guess
Yeah.
so.
And
Like if we were a bit fast, then if we can do
Yeah.
it before 12, then I'm happy to do it.
We can just do random things.
Yeah,
Like-
we can go around doing
like we
stuff.
can,
now.
we can don't do it so that at the start of next session, Ish will be around to join.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Where's my cursor? The detriment of having 4 screens. Can never find my cursor.
There is no cursor.
And then
The
I
cursor
change
cuts
scene back to
invisibility.
game. Okay, so where do you want to go now?
We were gonna eat some tarts, right?
Didn't we already eat the tarts?
Yeah.
Did we?
Assume
I
we
don't know.
already
We
ate
already
them.
ate it. Yeah.
I guess the next closest thing is the bubble pop teapot.
Hmm.
Hard to say it fast.
Yeah. Bubble pop.
Oh, pop teapot.
Pop.
Pop.
Bubble pop.
Pop.
I
Pop.
It's a tongue twister.
I think you're gonna realize that there's a lot more problems with that. It's not just the name of the place that's a tongue twister.
Eat the people.
There it is. There is the bubble pop teapot.
Wait, shouldn't we like?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I guess once we leave, we'll resize back.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Once you leave, you'll change back to normal size.
Okay.
Noise.
There it is. A 20-foot tall teapot rests on top of a wooden platform. Its painted surface whirling with moving imagery of flying dragons, breathing streams of bubbles. A door at the base of the teapot allows entry to its interior. Those who enter emerge from the spout enclosed in a bubble that detaches to float off across the carnival. 7 goblins sit around the platform sipping tea from mismatched porcelain cups. So when you approach it, you see it's managed by a goblin, and and when you approach him, he gestures towards a sign on the table on the table that reads, "The word that you intend to say, try saying it a different way."
Ooh. Wait.
Hmm?
What?
A bit
Confusion.
confused with the instructions.
He goes, welcome guests. Are you here to ride the gnarly tree knot? Are you here for some toilet trouble at our gnarly tree knot? If you wish to ride it, then hand me your verbal ticket.
I confusingly passed the ticket over.
Yeah, he takes
Same.
your ticket and punches a hole and passes it back to you. Do not slip and run, but definitely do have fun.
All right.
I run in.
So what's over here? What do we see?
So if you take a bubble ride, so if you enter the teapot, you get wrapped up in a magic bubble that floats up through the teapot spout, and you get a very nice aerial view of the carnival.
Yes, I want to
Ooh.
ride.
I want to ride as well.
I run into right. Do I slip and
don't-
fall?
Wait, you've all gotten your tickets punched, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, you don't slip and fall, but when you run in, you actually, you know what? Give me a dexterity check.
All of us?
Oh my
A
God.
dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Why do you do
Saving
this to
throw?
yourself?
Ability check, right?
Yeah, dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
save
save.
throw.
All of
Oh,
us?
okay.
No, just
Okay.
just
No,
ND
because
for
I
riding.
ran.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm fine.
Are you fine?
Are you fine?
Oh,
What do you roll?
20.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
fine.
okay.
You managed to,
okay.
you almost feel yourself slip, but you balance yourself just in time. So so when you enter, you get enveloped in a magic bubble, and it floats up into the sky. You get a nice aerial view of the carnival. And if you want to, you can attempt to control the bubble and let it and steer it to pop over any location in the map.
Oh.
Oh, so we can go anywhere.
Yeah.
I guess we can go back to the top part, right? We're missing Dragonfly rides
Oh yeah.
and Silver
We
Song
can go
Lake.
there.
Yeah.
And the carousel.
Mm-hmm.
Hooray.
I like carousel.
The
You can
carousel
start
you're
with
avoiding.
Dragonfly
The
rides
carousel.
and
Do you guys want to go to?
I
I'll go to, like-
deliberately do not look at the carousel.
I'm gonna go to Dragonfly rides.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
go there.
Okay, so you'll need to make a give me an acrobatics check.
all of us.
Ooh.
Each of you give me an
Oh, no.
acrobatics check.
Acrobatics check.
Oh.
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 Ah.
Oh.
Oh, I've been rolling horribly this
Oh,
game.
no.
Am I the only one who makes it?
Please tell me I barely make it.
So so Andy, Cyrus, and Heptadio, you steer towards the. Which ones do you steer towards to?
The dragonfly rides.
Yeah, you steer towards the dragonfly rides, and you managed to lean. And Andy, you managed. You took a bit of getting used to, but you managed to actually steer the bubble. So the three of you drift towards the dragonfly rides, and after a minute, it pops, and you guys land there nicely on feet. The other two though,
Oh no.
Die.
you managed to get it drifting in the approximate direction, but then towards the very end, there was a bit of a gust of a wind, and you weren't able to avoid the wind, and it blows you a little northwards, and it pops right outside the carousel.
Oh.
Oh,
Your worst nightmare.
okay then.
Okay then.
But yes, the three of you do see them land at the carousel.
Okay.
I turned to Osiria and ask her if we should hurry and meet up with the rest.
They really don't want to go to the carousel.
I ask Elliot. Oh, don't you want to try the carousel?
Elliot seemingly tries to pretend nothing is wrong and says that if you go, I'll go.
Hmm.
Yeah, sure, I'll go. It's gonna be okay, Elliot.
Okay.
Come on.
Can Elliot pretend really hard that he doesn't remember all the terrible things he did in the past?
Sure. Yeah. Roll for it, I guess. You
What
could
roll is
you could roll your history check, and then if you score below if you score 1 or 20, I'll allow you to not remember them.
Okay.
That's so
If you score a 1 or 20 or less than 10, I'll allow you to not remember the details.
I mean, I've been rolling pretty terribly, so
Does that
what
count?
is this? I rolled an
You're-
18.
Yeah, you rolled an 18, so you do remember it quite well.
Okay.
You can see Elliot feeling very he looks like he feels very awful as he follows you into the carousel.
It's gonna be okay.
So, a procession of wooden unicorns stand motionless on a circular wooden platform. Fair goers clamber onto the unicorn's back, and a female centaur sets the ride in motion. The unicorns shake their manes and creep to life, cantering around the carousel to the delight of the riders.
Do we have to fall in line or something? Is there a line?
There isn't much of a line, and the person here who checks the tickets, it looks like it's a we'll just say that there isn't much of a line, and you very quickly get towards the centaur. So
Okay.
she introduces herself. Good evening, I'm Diana Toppington. May I have your ticket if you would like to take a ride?
I hand over my ticket.
Reluctantly hands over the ticket.
She looks at you. Excuse me. Are you okay? You don't look very comfortable.
I am perfectly fine.
Are you sure?
Give me a deception check.
Constipated face.
Constipation check.
What? Ah,
That is.
I mean, it's not bad, but it's not
That's not bad.
great.
yeah, it's not bad.
I'll just roll it. I'll just assume she has a. I'll just. Oh right, she has a Witchlight handset. I have the stat block somewhere. Where is
You can
it?
just roll first and then add the plus after.
Yeah, the problem is I don't remember what the number is. I could just take Candlefoot. Yes. Candlefoot has 777. Was it actually? Oh, it's gonna say. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. She's. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Looks like they'll have lots of fun. You can also see that by the way, while she says that, yeah, okay, looks like you have lots of fun. You can kind of while she says that, she's smiling, but there's sadness in her eyes.
Oh, what?
Should we insight check?
Uh,
I want to ask if she's okay.
yeah, I can ask. She replies this. Well, things could be better for me, but you gotta live with your mistakes, I suppose.
That's kind of too accurate.
There's not really much I can do about the situation.
Oh no, I don't want to write. I want to ask what's wrong. I want to help.
Yeah.
Do I have a? I don't think I
Is there
have.
anything we can do?
So I'm gonna let me think. How can I get this picture to you guys? I'll look for. Okay, I'll try my best to describe her. So she's got when you look at her, she's got upper body of human and lower body of a horse, like a centaur. But throughout her body, she's got like the brown and white patches of the horse body as part of her skin as well. And which I guess either of you could make a nature check if you want.
Nature?
Yeah.
Nature. Is it just Osiria that makes the check?
Either of you if you want to.
Okay.
Ooh.
16. I'm sure you'll know more about this.
Okay. Silhouette wise, she does have the physical appearance. Her body is shaped like a centaur, but as far as you know, her other appearance isn't quite centaur-like. She should have her upper torso should look more human, but her upper torso also looks like it's part horse.
Huh?
So she goes. It's really hard to say. It's at some point I just made a bad deal with her.
Oh.
No. Well, if we do like Arcana check, will we know if there's any way to reverse it?
You can try.
Okay. Never mind. I know nothing about magic. Oh. As Osiria know though.
With here, you get the sense that probably with your experience with in your backstory, you probably
Right.
know that the magic of Cobra Hack is quite powerful, and maybe a wish spell or magic from that hack could, or from that hack or another hack could possibly undo it.
Oh, okay. I will take note of that.
Yeah. I assume the dandelions won't work, right?
So from what you've
Okay.
seen so far with Barbados and the Displacer Beast, Jellicron, wishing on the dandelions haven't granted anyone's wishes, but you can do it if you want to.
Sure, I guess. I might as well use it.
Yeah, you can wish on the
Tone
dandelions.
for my past sins. No.
Yeah. If you're doing this in front of her, then she'll thank you for your thoughtfulness.
Would
Okay.
2 wishes make it stronger?
You can do it. I will note it down somewhere.
Okay, I use my dandelion.
Okay,
And
I'll
it's
do
all
it too.
gone.
Do you still want to ride the cars?
If you ride it, Elliot will ride it too.
I feel kind of
He
bad
does not
now.
back down.
Maybe we could just say hi to the horses. The unicorns? Yes.
Isn't that even worse?
I don't know what's wrong with you. You seem to act fine perfectly. I guess we can just go say hi to the horses.
Yep, Elliot just follows behind you.
Oh, I say like goodbye to the Suntour first, I guess.
Yeah, she says, yeah, go ahead, have some fun. And if and there's also a rhythm of the carousel if you want to participate, but right around the carousel would be just fine as well.
Ooh.
There are some things that I can't speak about, unfortunately, so you might need to speak to the unicorns instead.
Looks like we're gonna have to speak to the unicorns. Let's go.
Okay, let's go into the carousel.
Okay.
Do you wanna ride?
Are you gonna ride?
Yeah, okay, why not? I'm sorry, I changed my mind a lot.
Okay, I guess we both get onto the carousel.
Yes.
Okay, so the carousel's 8 unicorns right in pairs, and each unicorn wears a name tag on its bridle. Some of the names are legible, while the other name tags are worn and indecipherable. Uh,
I read the tag on the unicorn I get upon.
okay. So the first one you get up on is called Jolly. And the one next to it, have the tag is ME blank blank blank. Like the
Jolly?
Hmm?
ME blank blank blank.
Yeah.
I'll guess the name is Mary.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention. Diana gave you guys like a little brush with gold ink on the tip. So
Ooh.
if you want to fill in the name, you can.
Okay.
How would my
Yeah, do you wanna fill in the name? I guess there's a lot of names to get that can start with ME.
what?
Hmm?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Oh, I mean, we got a pen to fill in the name of the horse. If you wanna
Yeah,
fill it
sure.
in.
Well, you're the one who sees it, so
Oh, okay. Then I fill in the name of the horse and wait, should I ask the horse first? I ask the horse if their name is Mary.
Um, the unicorn doesn't really react.
Okay, I write down I fill in the blanks with RRY and
And
sit
and
on the
the
horse.
and the unicorn whinnies in joy and it bows at you. So like as if it's thanking you.
aw.
Oh, horses aren't that scary after all.
The
Yay,
unicorns, not
character
horses.
development. What's the name tag on mine?
Yours, the first one of the pair is Breeze, and the other one is G blank blank T.
What's the first one?
Breeze, BREEZ.
Oh, breeze.
Ooh. I don't know this. Hmm.
I think that it's meant to be like a synonym of
Yeah.
breeze. Yeah.
Oh, I'll write you as like gust.
Yep. And this house also whinnies in joy, and it bows as
Aw.
well, thanking you.
Can we go around on different horses?
Yeah, you can. You can.
Oh, okay. I follow and see.
Let's go.
Okay. This next one seems to have a slightly different pattern to it. So, the first one has PR blank blank blank, and the second one is fall.
What's the second one?
ER blank blank blank.
and second one is Fall. F-A-L.
Oh.
Hmm.
This reminds me of oh, I don't know if that's the right word, but like I remember like falling prone from reading reading the
Yeah.
handbook. But I don't know if that's correct. There
I
might
can't
be
think of
other
any
words.
other words. But also, who named their horse prone?
Prony. It's a
Brony.
pony.
Oh, it's a pony.
It sounds like a very bad name.
Yeah. It's a very negative name to name your horse. Fall. Okay, can we look at a different one and come back to this?
Yeah. And then the last one. One of them is T blank I blank blank. Wait.
E blank.
Hey,
I
sorry.
blank.
Let me just write this out.
This feels like Wordle.
Yeah,
No.
this does.
Word.
I was about to say.
Okay. T blank I blank 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 E. And the second one is toes.
Toes?
Toes?
Oh,
Oh, by the way, the one,
Oh.
the one with the name blanked out, it's that familiar horse, that familiar black horse, and you can see on its head is a unicorn horn glued to it.
oh.
From what you can tell, this is a legitimate unicorn horn glued onto a wooden horse. That's very familiar.
That's kind of concerning.
Yeah, that's scary.
But the horse that you know, this unlike the other unicorns here, this horse is just completely petrified and not moving at all. Even like the little wisps of hair that it has is just frozen in time.
Ah. Can we still write on it?
Yeah. Are you feeling anything?
My guess is Twinkle, but is there something else?
No, I think it's Twinkle too.
Oh,
That was a good guess.
Because there's
Silver
also
Star asked something.
Oh.
Where did Silver Star ask? And what did-
Oh, see? Is it due to a magical effect, she says. And can we use detect
But you're
magic
not
or
there.
something?
I think
Does-
everything
yeah.
is magical.
I don't.
Does
Yeah,
Silver
you're
Star
not.
want to come?
Yeah, he just runs all the way there.
Hey,
Yeah.
what's up, guys? What's happening over here?
You
Do I have...
could.
Oh, I do have detect magic prepared.
Nice.
Oh, that's a good spell to prepare.
I guess I'll use it.
I just assumed someone else will have detect magic, so I didn't pick it.
The thing is, though, I feel like everything in the carnival is magic, so.
Yeah, I also think so.
If you want to, you can. I just don't immediately know what kind of magic is on it, so I'll leave it to the other pages to find out.
Okay, I will wait until you get to the page, and then I'll roll.
The problem is that I don't know where exactly. I know which chapter to look in, but I don't know which part of the chapter to look at.
Use Control F in real life.
You know what? I could try that. It's because not in real life, but
Not in real life.
Or something.
where did my
If only you can
window
control
go?
F in real life. Open book
Yeah.
exams will be so much easier.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I do have like there's a place that I can go to get information on the game. So I could come here, close this, and then I detect.
Imagine we do all this and I just inevitably fail.
True. You can roll now.
Oh,
Yeah, just roll now, so
That'll
like
be fine.
he won't have to go through
Yeah.
all of that pain.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's like a one, then we can like skip it.
Wait, are we rolling? You're using detect magic, right? Or
Yes.
do you need to roll?
You don't need to roll. You see a very strong.
Oh.
Yeah, you cast the spell and you see a very strong aura of magic around. the horse. Um,
Oh.
if I were to assume, it's probably abjuration.
Oh.
Duration.
Um, not this, not this, not this. Also not this. Oh, I've already gone one wrong. Yeah, it doesn't have the information for what kind of magic. What a detect magic would show me. So,
Oh.
yeah, I assume it's abjuration, but I don't know for sure because it's either abjuration or transmutation.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I guess
We can't
you
really do
write
anything
the
about
name.
that, I think. Yeah. We fill in
Twinkle.
Twinkle.
Okay, you spell twinkle, and the horse with the name Toast wheelies and thanks you. And 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 it looks back to the other horses. And it just leans over, whispers into your ears. Say the name. Say the names out loud.
Wait, there's one horse we haven't written yet.
Yeah, there's one horse we haven't.
Yeah. Yeah, it just moves back like as if it said nothing to you. Um, the horse with that the name you wrote Twinkle on is still frozen in time, and
Oh.
the horn is still glued to its head.
Hmm.
I guess we should first go back to the fall and PR blank dot blank
Yeah.
horses.
Something fall.
Inwards? Fall. Hmm.
PR. Give another clue. PR.
Diana goes over and says, "I think this one's slightly different. You might need to think in terms of proverbs."
Proverbs.
Proverbs?
It's only 3 blanks, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking like a good horse name will be Prince, but like missing one letter. Proverb.
So their names would be 2 words that go together in a proverb.
Proverb.
Hmm.
No much proverbs. Huh.
Yeah, fall. Or just a word that's starts with PR. Pride? No.
She says nothing and walks off.
What other word starts with PR?
But she had like a very small smile.
Oh, I guess.
Oh, okay. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Go with that.
Fill it in. Fill it in.
So you're right. Pride, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the horse wheelies and thanks you and yeah, then it goes pride before fall.
Ooh.
Oh. Googling right now.
So yeah, all the horses are very happy and let's see. So
Say the names or
names.
something.
So if you guys decide to ride the horses, if you choose, yeah. So after you completed, Diana says to you, "Oh, well done. The horses do all seem very happy. Well, most anyway. You're welcome to enjoy a ride on the carousel if you like. I won't charge you for this if you like. So have fun."
Oh. Wow. Okay. But do we still say all the horses' names before we start riding?
You can, yeah, you can if you want.
Okay.
Okay, so all the horses will be Jolly, Merry, Prideful.
There's Breeze and Gust, and there's Twinkle Toes.
Yeah, and as you utter Twinkle Toes, um, you you feel like a strong magic ripple through in the area coming up from the unicorn's horn, and as it ripples, the sound of your voice saying Twinkle Toes, it ripples through the entire house, and you finally see that the strands of hair that were frozen in time finally settle down as if it's no longer picked up by the wind. And the horse comes back to life, whinnies, and it sees you, and it starts bowing and thanking you.
Oh.
And then it comes falls off its head.
Oh.
Oh,
Is it an item?
yeah. We pick it
Can
up.
we pick it up?
Yeah, you pick up unicorn's horn, put it into your inventory, and I will actually fill out its details later.
Nice.
Uh,
Mm.
whoever picked it
Yours?
up.
I'll
I
give
don't think I have
it to
anything to
Elliot.
do.
It's secretly
I'll
the
give
one.
Give it to
it
me.
to Elliot for now.
I'll pass it to my crab.
Oh.
Oh.
You grab at the inventory.
Um, my crab has claws.
Okay, your crab holds on to it while you ride the unicorns.
You need to glue
Um,
it on the crab. That's a word.
Oh, Crabicorn.
Yes. So what
That sounds
happens
like
now?
What's the
that sounds like
red
some sort of food.
Yeah, crabicorn.
Crabicorn. Crab and corn.
so yeah,
Crab and corn.
if you ride the unicorns, they you can ride the unicorns and ask them questions.
Who stole your no?
Yeah.
I don't know about the backstory, so
Oh,
I'll leave
okay.
that to Elliot if he wants.
Do I know the backstory?
No, I mean the lost items thing. You can ask the unicorns about the lost items if you want.
Ooh.
Oh.
I don't know anything about the lost items.
Oh. Wait. Are you sure? You're
Yeah,
was it
you can ask the unicorns and they'll answer you to the best of their ability.
where should I go if I'm looking for something I'm lost many years ago in the same carnival?
The unicorn you're sitting on telepathically speaks in your mind and says, give me a moment, I need to check what I wrote. Wait, actually no, I haven't written down.
Is that what the unicorn said?
Unfortunately no. The unicorn says to your mind in a smooth, silky voice, the hag that you're looking for is being that's holding what you want. Is Gabatha Nightshade. Um, she lives in a dead, hollowed out tree in a sylvan forest.
Ooh.
And the hag you seek sleeps in a dollhouse and can't remember the first creature she sees when she wakes up. And that's all the unicorn says to you.
Okay, so we got Sylvan Forest and a empty tree.
Empty tree in a sylvan forest, and she sleeps in a dollhouse. Can't remember the first creature she sees when she wakes up.
Can't remember the first creature.
Mm.
Okay, so I'll just write that in the journal.
Do we know what
Do you know
like
what?
the carnivals? The plane of like the carnival switch from place to place. Do we know what place we're in?
I would guess probably Faerun or wherever, whichever world. I mean, Honeyberry and Andy, you didn't, and Shizu, you didn't really decide which world you're from, right? Did you? Which
Uh,
which world? Yeah, which world in particular? Like Eberron, Faerun, or some other homebrew world of your own backstory?
Konosuba.
no. I think
Konosuba.
Yeah. So the world is whatever world that Elliot and Andy are from.
Okay.
Okay. I guess that's it for the carousel ride, right?
It is unless what's that? Unless the serial wants to ask questions.
I don't know what I'd ask though. I'm pretty content with my life right now. Oh,
Yeah.
where is no, no, no. Do has these unicorns? Oh, yeah. Have you guys seen a girl with a pig mask around?
Okay, so the unicorn will reply. Give me a moment to check, but I assume that. Yeah. So she replied, yes, we have. Her name is Salpig. Her name is Salpig, and she works for the hag Skabatha Night Shift.
Ooh.
It works for a hag though.
She is not the only one. And that's all. That's all the current unicorn says.
Ominous.
Okay.
Okay.
How do they know
Um,
these things?
They gossip like biscuits.
Yeah,
I mean, they're part of a ride too, right?
that's true.
I guess
True. I
all
guess
my questions for now.
Pig mask girl, what can you spell her name?
SOW, like Sao as in
Oh,
pig,
Sao.
So
and then
Like a
pig
girl
as in
pig.
pig.
Yeah.
Sao Pig. Okay.
Oh, what a creative name.
Works for what's the hag's name though?
Skabatha Nightshade. Skabatha, and Nightshade the plant.
Oh,
Okay.
Skabatha.
I would have
That's a
never
nightshade.
spelled that correctly.
Same.
Kabata.
Okay, I think at least we know what possible hag is dealing with all of this.
Yeah.
When you mentioned the pig mask girl, there's a look of recognition that flashes through Elliot's face.
Oh.
And when we finish the ride, he tells you that he saw this pig mask girl steal something from one of his friends in the past.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay. I think that's it for our end, right?
I guess we should start walking to the others.
Nyong.
Thank you, Miss Senator Lady.
Oh, all right. Wait, Elliot wouldn't say
Wait,
thank
did,
you.
did you say she's a centaur?
Oh no.
Yeah, she immediately responds, oh no, I'm not a centaur. I'm just a human who made a bad deal.
Ah.
Oh.
Oh.
Hello, human who made the bad deal.
Oof. I mean, Elliot doesn't say oof, but
This turns Roblox.
Okay.
okay.
So last session I described the dragonfly rise. Should I describe it again?
Yes. Please.
Yes, please.
Okay. Huge lily pads rest on the surface of a pool glistening with phosphorescent algae. Giant dragonflies use the lily pads as landing platforms, buzzing loudly overhead with wings as vibrant as stained glass windows, and alighting briefly to drop off and pick up excited passengers. Near the entrance, a small, smiling tree turns your way, beckoning you over. A red squirrel clings to its leafy canopy, peering at you suspiciously.
Hmm.
Do you approach?
Yes,
Approach. Yes.
we approach.
Are
All
you
of us
approaching me?
Oh,
Are we there with them already, or are we still walking? Because like I thought that these two
yeah.
would
Are
happen
we
at the
with
same
are
time.
Osteria and
We,
Elliot
we would, yeah.
with us, or
Or did you guys wait for us or something?
I'm
Do
not
you
sure.
guys want to
I
wait?
don't know.
I mean, we could.
I would wait. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
we shall wait
What are
for
we
them.
waiting for?
Okay.
They were waiting for you.
No, we
Alright,
were
we're
waiting for
here.
you, because you guys landed on a carousel. Then we're like, oh no, they'll be back. Let's just wait.
Yeah,
Oh.
Yeah.
yeah. We
I thought
waited
you didn't
for
expect us to ride the carousel. I thought.
them.
Yeah, we didn't expect you. Then we're just waiting there, just wait.
And then we exchanged notes on what you guys learned about, I guess. In
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
We gossip to you.
Gossip,
yes.
gossip.
It seems to be a trend here, right?
Play with the handkerchief.
No. And then we all approached.
Elliot got over their fear of unicorns.
Oh.
I mean, just horses.
Okay, so we approached the whatever it was.
So,
Tree with the scroll.
Yes.
the tree and sapling introduces himself. He says, so, hello there, people. I am Northwind. And this is my little companion, Red. And the squirrel, he gestures towards the squirrel, which immediately runs up into his branches, peering out at you. And he goes, wait a minute, I recognize you. Oh, you are the people that I gave the dandelions on the the gift thing, the welcome gift. Yes. So, by the way, have you blown the dandelions yet?
No.
Yes, we
No.
have.
Nope.
Well, I hear I hear you should really blow them while you're on the material plane. Apparently, something good happens if you blow them, but who knows? Probably.
Are we not in the material plane?
Yeah, you're here in the material plane.
Okay.
But yeah, they'll usually die after about a day, so you don't really have that much time.
Okay.
Oh my god, someone raided me.
Yes. I know.
I need to get water. Hold on.
I need to go to
Okay.
the bio break. Hold on. You go tend to the raiders first.
Hi raiders, thanks for raiding me. Welcome. I probably took
Greet
too
them.
long. I probably took
Greet
too long.
them like a witchlight hand.
Wait, how am I?
Treat them as a witchlight hand.
Oh. Welcome, fairgoers, to the Witchlight Carnival. We have multiple fairs and rides at your disposal. A ticket for an adult costs 8 silver pieces, and a ticket for a child costs 3 silver pieces. I probably noticed it too.
Rip.
It's okay.
It's okay. I also didn't really notice. I should keep your stream up.
Yeah.
I'll mention it next time I see something happen.
Oh, I just realized the name says Pichu Du.
It does.
My brain was like P1 Chu
True,
Doody.
dude.
Doody.
Play your one. Oh, Mish was here also, apparently. I am not looking at it yet.
What
Oh.
happened?
See them. Oh, she's just lurking.
Hi
Okay.
Pichu Dude, sorry for not noticing her. And thanks for the raid.
Oh, they're still here.
Yay.
Yes. So now what?
Is
Good
everyone
question.
back?
I
Everyone
Wait.
back?
wait. Where
It's
is
just-
where did everyone else go?
Shizuo went to get water.
Oh, okay.
How's the game going? Pretty good. Plus me scuffing up a few things. Plus
No one died.
some childhood trauma.
Um,
Lots of childhood trauma.
Returned.
hello.
Welcome
Oh,
back.
can we add a token for Silver
For?
Star for Hesidiel? Cause
Oh yeah.
I keep forgetting it's here.
I'll forget the
Where's
cat.
Radial's token?
Oh,
Oh.
whoa,
Pretty.
Giant.
Pretty, so pretty.
Yes.
Larger than everyone. The cat is larger than everyone else.
We are
uh,
now the tiny.
press right click and there should be options, a gearbox, and then you click it and go to appearance, and then you can scale it down.
Or I can just do it for you. Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
There you go. Yay. Okay. Now what?
Okay, so Northwind, he was so. Did you want me to write the Dragonfly rights? We've got the most. I think ours is the most fun rights. Or I should talk because there's lots of things I love talking about. There are things I shouldn't be talking about. So anyway,
All the right
them.
side.
What are those things that
Yeah.
they shouldn't be talking about?
I mean,
We just press
Yeah.
them for answers.
Do tell.
I mean, I'm not really supposed to talk about this, but Mr. Rich and Mr. Light aren't the original Carnival owners. They're not even from the Feywild. But matters not an inch. We are all one big happy family here.
Oh. All right. So now do we go on the ride? Do we ask him about the rides? How do we get on?
Ooh, yes. So, riding a dragonfly costs one ticket punch, and there are about eight. There are eight giant ticket. There are eight giant dragonflies here. They're all trained to fly your. They're all trained to fly you in a lazy figure eight around the whole carnival through fair. Just about 20 feet above the ground.
Oh.
So you get a pretty nice view of everything. Kind of like the bubble pop teapot, except that we don't drop you from a questionable.
Yes.
But I really shouldn't be saying that. But all the rides are great. All the rides are great.
All right. So I give them my ticket for
I get my
punching.
ticket too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pass the ticket along.
He punches in a hole in each of the tickets.
Noise.
So to what is it? So you mount the dragonflies just fine. And as your ride is about to begin, you hear shouts of alarm erupt from a nearby lily pad. A dragonfly has just taken off prematurely with a patient on its back. A small middle-aged dwarf with bright blue beard sits unfastened with his harness.
No.
Oh no.
Does anyone want to make a perception check?
Only one of us, right?
Any of you?
Can all of us?
Yeah, all of you can if you want.
I will as well. I will. Yeah. Perception, right?
Sucks.
For the rules.
Sure, and
Oh,
for
we
the
rolled a 1.
Ooh.
Perception.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Everyone rolling a bit high.
Except for me. I rolled a
Of course.
1.
You rolled a 1, but you have +5, so that's fine.
Yeah. I was
Wait, plus
distracted.
5? Dang.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yes.
She needed that though.
Who's
Oh.
kettle team?
So did anyone roll above? Roll 20 and above.
No,
No.
none of us.
No.
Okay.
But together.
Yeah, together though.
We added.
The power of friendship.
Yeah. None of you spot. None of you see anything besides rebelling dragonfly.
Oh
Damn it.
no.
Bro.
Um,
What can we do?
Dang, I
Uh,
should have used that that one thing. What was it?
what thing? Oh, the seed?
Yeah. Well, I don't think it would help me that much,
Yeah,
but
it wasn't.
Well,
Okay.
do
now
you
what?
want to use the seed?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I don't think it will help much with my 6.
Uh,
Could I give it to someone else?
oh no. The sycamore seed just sort of disappeared when it popped in your hands when you got it. But
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
Oh.
it's the effect took effect on you.
Yeah.
It's
Okay. Well, that's sad. Uh, that's kind of sad, but I guess we're supposed to just ignore that.
Okay, so can we do anything to help with the situation?
you can try to calm the startled mouth.
Um,
Uh, do they
Anyone has
speak?
animal handling?
Yeah,
I can speak to
it would be
animals.
animal
I'm
handling
not
check.
proficient.
Speak with animals might help as well.
Yes, go.
Let's go.
Has a deal.
I can speak
12.
like it's in my what's that? Background, I guess.
So you can do a animal handling, and since you casted speak with animals, I'll give you advantage. What do you say to them?
ooh.
Um, I ask like wait. At first, tell them to try and calm down and tell me what happened. I guess.
Okay. What's your animal handle? 12. Wait.
Wait, that's
Right, that he
you said
said, yeah.
yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Animal.
A cat going clawing at the air was unfortunately not enough for the dragonfly.
Wait. I do I roll animal handling
Yeah. Yes.
at an advantage?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. The dragonfly hears you and you see it focus on you as it calms down and follows you back to the lily pad. The mood of the carnival improves.
Do we talk to the guy,
And
the dwarf, or
Wait, this is not enough. My bad.
could I uh
Hmm?
could I ask the dragonfly if anything disturbed them?
Yeah. Um, so the dragonfly goes. That there was who spoke to me earlier, and kind of like how you're doing it right now, and they said something very alarming. But I don't see them now.
Oh, what did they look like?
Uh, um, it kind of looks like uh, gnome with glitter in its beard and purple cap.
Oh, okay, we'll try to find that troublemaker, and I'll tell you any updates if we do.
Thank you. Um, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Wait, can we actually talk to the middle-aged blue-bearded gnome?
Yeah. Sure. Thank you so much for that. These carnival animals they sure don't seem as these attractions sure don't seem as safe for people as they should be. I wonder if there's proper OHS procedures being followed here.
I don't think so.
Well then this simply does then this simply will not go.
Do you want to
This-
speak to our manager?
Oh no.
You know what? Yes, I would like to speak to a manager if possible. And then Northwind, you see Northwind brambles over and he goes, well, what seems to be the problem? Well, I'd like to complain about your dragonfly, right? I almost fell to my death. It went for these wonderful chaps over here. Uh, surely, you could give me a refund on my ticket punch. And Northwind goes, I'm not sure how I could give you a refund on your ticket punch since I clearly can't seal it, unpunch it. Yes.
A punch.
I could offer you another ride, perhaps. He goes, and fall to my death again? I think not. And he looks at you and he goes, but, because thanks to these guests again, I am not in a terrible mood, so I will just let it slide.
Yay.
and he walks off.
Hmm.
I guess we should actually go
Right.
to what we came here for.
Mm.
That's right.
So,
Go.
so
Let's try not to fall.
as your dragonflies launch off, you'll be bridled in quite nicely. So you'll be bridled in properly, so you won't fall. And the dragonflies usually don't take off unless until you're ready to take off.
You-
If you want, you can give me an animal handling check to steal the dragonfly off course.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Like how? What is the normal course?
The normal course is like a figure eight around the carnival twice. So when you when you look at the map of the carnival, you can see like an eight, right? Yeah, that's the path that it takes.
Oh.
Oh.
Nice.
Yes. Let's animal handling check and
I would
meet up
want
at Silver Song Lake. I think that's the last one.
Yeah.
Not all of us have been to the Hall of Illusions as well, but
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah,
Also,
but I
there's
guess
the
like
mystery mine. I'm kind of
Yeah.
wondering what's down there, but I'm
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
Are you sure you
considering we
wanna?
saw Barbatos, like
Maybe let's just ask.
So where do you guys want to go first? Where do you want?
Rico. We can go to the Silver Song later.
Silver Song Lake.
Silver Song Lake.
Yeah, we take like a whole figure of 8 and then
Yeah, we could.
near
just,
near near the end we just drop it
Yeah,
Silver Song Lake.
Near the
Yeah.
end, we do animal handling, and then we drop off
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me your animal handling checks.
Okay, I'm going to die.
Ah.
Hold on. Animal handling.
Ah.
Animal handling has once again failed me.
I am dead.
Did anyone? Wait, let me see. I think only Andy and Lucia rolled high enough.
No.
Oh.
Oh, how about the rest?
We fall
With their fates.
You annoyed your dragonflies for a bit, but they managed to stay on course. So only Andy and Lucia made it to Silver Sound Lake first. The rest of you can walk.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll wait for you guys again.
Yeah.
We.
Please with the
While we were flying towards there, could I like search for particular individuals?
Sure.
I could try looking for the troublemaker that was they were talking about before, the dragonfly.
Yep, you can. Let me just turn to that page.
Or the pig. I tried to look for them both.
Ooh, okay.
While we were high in the sky.
So you will need to do a. You need to give me an investigation check
Okay.
for the troublemaker, and then give me a general perception check. Yeah, give me a perception check.
Okay.
I need to roll for something.
And this
Ah.
fade.
So you don't see. You don't see the troublemaker, and I will need to go look for the correct stats to actually. Let me see if the companion already has the stats. What's this? What's this? Monsters. Where are the monsters? Okay. Why is this not in alphabetical order? Oh, there it is. Oh no, it's not in the companion.
Ah.
Maybe this one has it. It's not. Uh, I'll roll a d20 first, and if the d20
Okay.
give me a
Right in
moment.
between.
Give me a moment to Google.
Do I still win this?
It's right in between.
Yeah, exactly.
Stealth. So with her stealth check, it would be 7.
Oh.
Sorry, not 7, 8. You would have been 8.
Ah.
So she wasn't being very stealthy, but you didn't see it.
Damn it.
Oh no.
I will find you someday, pig lady.
How about the gnome?
Oh yeah, the gnome. Does the gnome roll as well? Or no?
You don't see any notes matching the description.
Okay.
Ah.
I guess we go to the Silver Song Lake now.
Yep. Okay. So
Imagine if we had to ride this one boat to get to the Silver Stone.
I mean, it does look like that from the map.
Yeah, it does. Let's go torture another one.
Oh, as long as yeah, Barbados isn't with us
As
anymore.
long
So
as Barbados, yeah, I wouldn't fall off again.
yeah.
okay. Mist gathers at the banks of shimmering lake. Near its center, a mermaid lounges in a giant bowl, singing a glorious, haunting song that captivates spectators on the lake shore. In response, the lake water coalesces into magical sculptures that whirl around her as she performs. It doesn't cost you anything to visit the lake and look at its attraction, which is the Merfolk Palasha.
Oh.
You can crowd around the lakeside just to witness the beauty and listen to a song. And yeah, do you watch?
Yes.
Is
Yes.
this one of those sirens that control your mind with their song?
No, I don't think so.
You could give me a insight or arcana check if you want.
Hmm.
Can I roll both?
Up to you. You can roll whichever you prefer.
What is it? Insight or
Arcana.
Insight and
okay? Arcana then. Ah.
Insight or Arcana?
My rolls have been low now.
Ooh.
Oh.
ooh,
So Scenaries, she could be using magic, or she could be just that captivating. You don't know. And Nicholas, yeah, she's definitely using magic here. Like you can see the shape of the people in the water. That's magic, right? That's probably that's it. You probably don't even know if the singing's that great. You just think it's great. Osiria,
What
Oh
about Osiris?
no.
she's just born with it.
Okay.
oh my god.
That's good.
It's Maybelline.
So we're captivated by your singing.
Okay.
It's magic, I tell you. Burn the witch.
Burn the
Sign
witch,
my
your
forehead.
co-worker's fiance.
Why?
Funny, just while you were joking that you hear someone yelling in the crowd. What looks like a tall elf, yelling, "Boo!
Oh,
My mother
Hey.
sings better!" And then that elf quickly darts off into the crowd.
do we still see them?
You don't see them anymore. Wait, do you want to give me a perception check?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Perception. Damn it.
Perception.
I get super offended.
Why
and
are
I
we
just watch the
rolling?
crowd.
Why are we rolling so low?
Oh no.
For some
Damn.
reason, when it's competitions, right, I'm rolling so goddamn high. But when it
Yeah.
really counts, right, I can't roll for shit.
So low.
Well,
Damn it.
this time, Osira, you do actually spot the elf. Well, the elf that was shouting this heckle. It looks like they've changed their appearance briefly into a kenku, and then soon after they changed their appearance into a giant. And this time he goes, I could go to the opera house and they sound so much better.
Hmm.
I guess we
Oh,
approach
Syria.
them.
Do you cast a spell or something?
What? I
I
would
don't
like
know.
to talk to them first.
Okay.
Okay. So you talk to them, we follow, I guess.
Well, of course, I show you guys where they went, so like
Yeah.
follow. Uh, hmm,
Um. So and like quite quickly after that, the giant sort of disappears into the crowd again. Do you guys
Yeah.
try to catch up? And if you want to try to catch up and look for the kangaroo, I'll need another investigation check.
okay.
Investigation. Oh,
Yay!
Finally.
Did it!
Do-
finally.
It was
Yes.
so useless before.
Yeah.
My eyes can't see shit.
Yeah, you managed to catch up to what appears to be now a half orc, and as he's about to shout, uh, "I want a refund!" You put your hand on him, and he's just suddenly in shock, and the disguised self just falls away, and you see a kangaroo in front of you.
Ooh.
I feel like I would tackle the man.
Oh yeah, definitely. Sure, give me an arm strike check, I guess.
Oh, unarmed
Wait, what?
strike. Yeah, like what
Isn't
you
that
did with
Toss a
Barbarian
Rocket?
Road.
Wait, my strength
Yeah.
ability check.
You guys don't want to talk to him
Ooh.
first?
I just tackling to the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, you tackle him to the ground. That's way above his AC. Her AC.
Oh.
Okay.
So you tackle Kettle Steam to the ground. The disguised self falls away, and she goes. By the way, Cynaris, you hear a familiar voice. You hear
Oh.
you hear Candlefoot's voice, and she opens her beak and says, "Ah, what? Why are you attacking me?"
Wait a minute. Why do you sound that way? Wait.
She
This isn't Candlefort.
this
Candlefoot.
this isn't Candlefoot,
Okay.
and she
So,
turns
like,
to you.
I asked them, like,
Yeah.
why their voice is very similar to Candlefoot's.
Well, why do you sound like you?
Um. Hmm. Can I
It,
can I try something?
okay.
Can I fire a firebolt next to them and threaten them?
Yeah, you can.
Pull them out of the crowd. Pull them out of the crowd first.
Oh right, there's a crowd.
How could you forget the crowd?
Just cast an AoE spell.
I cast Kaboom! Yeah, I think pretty much with the tackling, the crowd's already like
Dispersed to
Yeah.
the
dispersed
door.
around you.
Yeah, with the tackling, it should be dispersed already. So
Yeah.
I cast firebolt next to them,
It's just
and then I
just
threaten
like a
them.
small circle.
Okay.
Yes.
Are all of you looking at what's going on here, or is anyone looking at Palasha, the mermaid?
Mm,
We're all looking here, I guess.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
we're all
Well,
focused.
I'm looking here. I'm the one tackling the guy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Mm,
Does Pelusha do anything that? Oh, cat is with
Oh.
mermaid.
yes.
Okay.
Has. Mm.
Cats with mermaid.
You better not meow meow if I ask you things.
Uh, wait, which cat? Whose cat? Has a deal is with mermaid, is it?
Yeah, has a deal.
Meow.
Okay. Meow. Okay, yeah. So on the third tackle, you could see that the mermaid actually swam off in like she jumped out of her bowl and swam down river stream.
Damn.
Sort of like she was embarrassed by all the happening.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
So are you guys dragging Kettle's team somewhere to interrogate?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes. Yes.
we are definitely not a gang, but we are doing
Yakuza.
gang activities.
Yes. 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 Who's the one dragging?
Who's the strongest of us?
I'm weak as fuck.
Yeah, I'm weak as well.
Let's see. I am +1 strength.
I am
Can I
-1.
follow his
I'm a
idea?
Oh, where's Hesidio going?
Hesadiel's following the mermaid.
The mermaid. Yeah.
Okay,
So
we can go beat up this Kenku while you go follow the mermaid.
okay,
Yeah.
I'll tell you where the mermaid swims off to. And then I'll continue with you later on. So the mermaid swims downstream and ends off outside the Hall of Illusion.
Oh.
So she's hiding behind the Hall of Illusion in front there. Okay.
Oh.
So for those of you dragging the kangaroo, she goes, okay, stop dragging me. I'll talk. I'll talk. Okay, just you're 30 megas, not 30 megas. But anyway, so I'll talk. Okay. The thing is that there's something very wrong happening here at the carnival. My patron is in danger, and the owners of the carnival are not helping. So,
But why are you heckling the mermaid?
Yeah, that doesn't
Yeah, that
explain why
wouldn't
you
help you.
heckled her. Yeah.
look, I'm trying to get their attention, and they are avoiding me. If they would just answer my questions, I wouldn't have to do any of this.
It's like adding a company on Twitter.
Can I check if they're lying or not?
Sure. Give me an insight check.
Don't
We
roll.
all do that.
Pretty good.
Insight check.
Oh, noise.
Uh,
Inside. Ah.
That's okay.
We are both
At least I rolled
very non-insightful.
Yeah.
We're just naive men. We're just like, yep, totally true.
Mm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
she seems to be telling the truth.
Okay.
Oh.
So what did you want to bring to our attention since you've gotten it?
Yeah.
Are you the owners of the Witchlight Carnival? I don't think so. The owners are Mr. Witch and Mr. Light. And I want to know what's happened. Look, I'll tell you. I am a warlock, and my patron is Sibyl Knight. Sibyl Knight is the archfey of Trismia, or at least she was until something I don't understand has happened to her. I feel like my connection to her has been stopped or disconnected. My magic isn't quite as strong as it was before either. So I want to find what's going on, and uh, and 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 the owners just keep giving me the cold shoulder. I'm quite sure they know more than what. During my last visit, I overheard Mr. Witch and Mr. Light talking in their wagon. And then this is where she uses her mimicry ability, as some of you would expect Kenkus to do. And you hear Mr. Light's agitated voice. Someone is going to find out about this. They'll shut us down. Followed by Miss Witch's calming yet firm reply. We agreed to this pact. Our hands were tied, but our eyes were. We let the hourglass carbon take what it wants, and in return we stay in business. That is what you want, right? Now, and then Kettle Steam goes back to her normal voice, and she goes, because of my terms of the fate pact, I can go into Trismia myself to find out what's going on. So if you please, perhaps you could find out what's happened to Sedona for me.
All right.
So Sedona, how do you spell?
Zil. Sorry, Zydilna.
Zibilna.
Zydilna.
Yeah.
Okay. So we tell the Kenku that rather than getting the attention of the employees that probably has no connection to Mr. Witch or Mr. Right directly, you should probably sneak around and find them in maybe some other area, like the staff area or something.
Do your own investigation.
Yeah, do your own investigation. Don't go like
Don't
annoying people
Well,
who are like
Yeah.
basically slaves here.
Well, don't you
anyway.
think I've tried? That's exactly what I did. I just told you that the last time I was here, I was by their wagon, and they just keep giving me the cold shoulder. So this is me getting their attention because the entire carnival is their whole project or love or whatever, and I'm just ruining it until. But hey, if you ever want to get into the Feywild, maybe you could have me as well.
Okay, well we'll keep that in mind. I say.
How do we stop him from being a menace to the rest? Like, how are we sure that he's not they're not gonna cause more trouble once we're done talking to them?
She thinks for a while. She goes, "Oh, you know what? I actually do have an idea. You did mention I should go directly to Mr. Witch and Mr. Light, right? So Mr. Witch has a Mr. Witch has a pocket watch that's very precious to him because, well, basically the carnival can't run without this pocket watch. If you could steal the pocket watch as leverage, we might be able to get information out of the two of them.
All right then.
Just all right.
What we can
Okay.
do.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure what else to do.
True.
Okay.
But stealing is not really an option.
Yeah, if you promise to do that, I promise not to cause any more trouble. So the time that you could probably get a chance to get close enough to Mr. Witch and Mr. Light is probably during the crowning of the Witchlight Monarch, because that will be when all the fairgoers will be in the big top and close enough to Mr. Witch and Mr. Light.
Okay.
Then you might be able to plan out how to like steal the pocket watch from him and bargain for information.
Okay.
Okay. So
What do we do now?
yeah, I guess we let the Skanku go.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I'll switch over to Hesidio, who is
I am
with.
with them.
Oh, what?
Hello.
Oh wait, so Osira, you're with Hesidio and okay. So okay, so so yeah, you find her near the Hall of Illusions, and she looks like she's crying and she's just crying in over there, going, I I don't know why they're saying such mean things about me. Everyone loves my singing. This is the first time someone said something terrible to me. And you can see Candlefoot's like right there next to her, just trying to pet her, but he he's not talking or like he opens his mouth, but all you hear is a and there's just no voice coming out of his mouth.
I guess we approach them and like talk. Uh, what's wrong, man?
What's wrong?
Yeah.
Didn't you hear? Apparently someone's mother or grandmother sounds better than me.
I don't think that's true. They probably just want something from you or something.
What could they want
Wait.
from me?
Ismet, don't you know about the heckler already? Or no?
Huh? I don't
Like-
know.
Oh, I thought you were the one who rolled high. Okay. Never mind.
You wrote. Wait, didn't? Yeah, you wrote high enough to see that it was Kenku, and then the Kenku
Oh.
ran off.
Oh
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah, you ran off. Then you told
Yeah.
us about it. So
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Well-
we went
well-
and chased after them. Yeah.
Well, tell her that those things aren't true. They probably just want something. They probably just want some attention. Y'all know about like people who are too hungry for attention.
I don't. Give me a persuasion check.
Okay. While she
Where is it?
persuasion checks, has to deal curling up around the mermaid wouldn't work because the mermaid's in water, right?
She's on the shore, so I guess you could curl up around, curl up near the very wet mermaid. Yes. Unfortunately, Candlefoot's not able to dry the mermaid off because someone's taken his
Oh no!
pouch of handkerchief holding.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's with me.
Do I have any cloth on me? I have my skirt.
Wait, but as a mermaid, do you really have to
Yeah,
dry it off?
you have
Yeah.
to dry them off. They're gonna die if you dry them
Yeah,
off.
yeah.
No,
I-
they're
No,
not
for
gonna-
for Hesadiel, I guess maybe. No,
yeah.
it's for Hesadiel maybe.
You cast
Okay.
fireball.
I'm a cat. I'll be
No.
fine. Just a fireball.
I can't even cast fireball.
Wait,
Also, I rolled.
Oh, yeah.
you roll. Persuasion. Yeah. She looks calmer now. Yeah. But she looks but she's still resting in you're curling up around her. Wait, how large
That's
are
a
you?
long cat. It's a really long cat.
Long cat.
Long.
Yeah, she sort of accepts Candlefoot's embrace and starts petting the cat near her absentmindedly.
Oh.
I tell her that if you need a break, it's fine to have one for now. Take all the time that you need. Aw. She doesn't
No,
have legs.
wait, I missed that. Oh,
Yeah.
she has a tail. Oh, okay.
So Hesadiel is underwater, curling up on the thing.
No.
Swim, swim.
Oh, you're curling around
You
the
mean
tail?
you mean you're like rubbing against her? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the image is not working out in my mind, but we'll just
Okay.
assume that it somehow works.
Cats are very flexible.
Yeah. Oh, right, because I mentioned before that the river is always somehow waist deep, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, you're just standing there, curling around her tail, and she's just petting you from the water from above.
Oh, meow.
But and she goes, you know what? I don't think I'm going. I don't think I'm going to perform again for this.
Oh,
Hmm.
but people
Unless
really love your performance.
I think the only way that can inspire me again would be possibly like an act of chivalry of some sort. And she as she says this, she's looking up at Candlefoot and stroking his cheek.
Oh.
What's
Hmm.
Candlefoot's? Oh, like this.
Romantic.
You
Should we leave them?
no.
Should we have
So
the face?
you see Candlefoot opens his mouth to say something, but again nothing but a squeak eases its way out of his mouth, and
Hmm.
and he turns away and he looks uncomfortable.
Oh no.
Oh
Can you speak it?
no. Does anyone have writing material?
Oh, I have a. Oh, let me hear
Oh.
Sadio first, cause
Where
like
does
I need
Hesediel
to check.
where does the stuff of Hesediel come from? Do they have a
Their
backpack?
magical cat pocket.
Small. Yeah.
So does
So
Hesed
is Hesediel gonna pass the writing material to Candle?
And they just write in the mud.
Oh yeah.
Depends on the shot.
Okay.
No, I meant like, you know how you draw in the sand on the beach?
Yeah.
Mm. But like in the mud.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's already writing material, so why not?
So you give it to Candlefoot?
Offers the bag.
The entire bag?
Candlefoot takes the bag,
Gives
confused.
the entire inventory.
Paper and ink.
Okay,
Okay.
and then he takes the paper and ink and he starts writing on it. He writes the words. Uh, he writes, "A Kenku stole my voice."
Oh,
Oh no.
Oh, we should have let him go.
wait, does it
Mm,
cancel put the mime?
yeah.
Maybe
Wait.
that's why no one's noticed.
Yeah.
So he does work as a mime, and someone in the Pixie Kingdom did mention that
They lost their voice.
he lost the voice, or is him not talking out of the act.
Hmm. How far is Osiria from us?
All the way over here.
Yeah.
You were like
Oh my
in
god,
The
that's
other
so
side of
far.
the carnival.
Oh my god.
Dang,
So-
is it possible to find a Kenko again? I wish.
so long.
So the thing is that right after that we would be after we talk to the person we would let go of him and then we would be probably walking towards
Yeah.
that side of the carnival, right?
Yeah. I was
Yeah,
planning
but
to like
we let the Kenku go though.
Yeah,
yeah, that's true.
true.
Well, you guys
We would
don't
meet
know.
we would
You guys
meet
don't
midway.
No,
don't know. You guys don't know about them stealing the voice yet, so you have no reason to look for them again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I knew we
oh,
shouldn't
yeah.
have trusted.
I was going to
mean,
like
I kind of
message
felt bad for the Kenku just cause like we all had stuff happen to us technically. That's why we're stuck
Yeah.
here. Or
Yeah.
we came back. But
Yeah.
Damn.
Hmm.
Wait, I didn't do any damage to the.
Yeah, you tackled them. You just
I
made
only
them.
tackled them, and then their magic disappears. Right, that's all.
Yeah.
They didn't
Yeah.
die.
I thought we could limp the person.
You crippled them.
Cripple the person.
Oh no.
No.
Okay, never mind. We're oblivious to it all. We'll just walk towards the other
Yeah.
side of the carnival. Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
planning to use the cantrip message to like if I can get it across all the way to Osiria that we found the heck
It's
was.
too far.
It's too.
hard.
It's,
Yeah.
I think message also requires you to
See the person.
Yeah.
yeah.
Stash. Okay.
Okay. I guess we walk.
Kaboom on site.
No. Okay. What do you guys do?
Wait, hold up, wait.
What?
Wait.
Actually,
Yep.
do you have any like writing materials on you?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Wait.
Okay. Guess
Yeah, I
my
don't have-
dragon is useless then.
Unless you want me to like use my playing cards as writing material.
But you need a pen. Oh wait, no.
I would.
This is my
I would
dagger.
send my dragon. I would send my dragon to you guys.
Oh.
Oh.
Did
yeah,
we
yeah,
just keep that pen from writing on the writing the horse names?
Probably not.
You steal it.
Probably have to return it.
Dude,
Because of
Yeah.
Rush.
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
probably returned it. Yeah.
All right.
But did we?
And unless we write with blood, we have no way of writing.
Yeah. I guess we'll.
Wait, don't
There's
you guys
nothing
have backgrounds? Wait, what are your backgrounds?
Yeah,
backgrounds.
our backgrounds are
They
illiterate.
lost.
We're illiterate.
Why?
Wait. Some of you have like there's backgrounds and your starting equipment, right?
Yeah.
So some of the backgrounds also come with like writing materials.
Oh. Nope.
We don't have
Oh.
any.
Oh, okay.
Rip.
I
Okay.
I don't even know if mine would have or not. But
Hmm. Should I use one of my cards and then use my dagger to etch writing into it?
You know, you're basically ruined your entire deck,
You
right?
guys can just walk here,
Yeah.
you know?
no, we probably wouldn't do that just for a simple message. No.
Alright.
Yeah. We'll probably just walk
We would
back.
have, right? Yeah, we'll just walk back.
I use my other dagger to etch my other dagger.
You just
And
throw it
then you
across
just
the carnival.
throw it across the entire carnival.
Yeah.
Just make sure you don't accidentally stab a Faggo along the
That's
way.
funky range though.
Yes.
Because I can get my no pay to like fly a message over, but you
You
can
can
pay.
talk
because
to
my no
animals.
pay
Yes.
my no pay can't talk,
Oh.
but he can deliver. So yeah,
Oh.
I was
Well,
asking if you
wait,
have
but
writing materials.
Syria
You-
can understand animals, right?
Yes, that's in my background. It's not a spell. It's a
Uh,
background.
familiars
So that
can't.
means you
Familiars aren't animals.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Sedge.
no animal rights, I guess.
Technically,
What?
familiars are spirits that have been forced into a form in the material plane. And her spirit is a pseudo dragon.
Oh, okay.
Pseudo dragon.
A fake dragon.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
small fake dragon.
Maybe never mind
Okay.
then.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Unless we can
We'll
try
walk back.
the etching of
Yeah.
the dagger and throwing in.
Your range isn't that far.
I will try. No, I won't.
Oh,
Uh,
you can
okay.
give us a message.
Oh, how?
What would we? We could tell them about the Kenku.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
But
familiar.
then,
Oh,
but then it's also like when the familiar reaches us.
yeah, has a deal, has a
did we
bunch.
already let?
we would have let him go.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's okay. I guess we can totally take this L, and walk back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we take the
Just walk
Calliope there?
Okay, you know what?
Do you guys-
Um,
Do you guys know where we went? Because like we followed the mermaid. You
No.
guys don't have any leads where we
We don't
are.
have. We don't really know where you are.
How about you
I
guys
guess we
roll?
follow the stream. We could just follow the stream
Follow the
here.
stream, yeah.
How about you guys
You
roll a
can ride a
d2?
swan.
Wait,
A what?
What do you say?
am I not
Let's see.
talking? Okay.
No.
You guys could roll a d2. On a 1,
A D2?
it's too late, and on a 2, it's basically a coin toss, right? On a
Okay.
1, it's too late, and on 2, the cats reach there in time. The cat familiars.
Who's
I
rolling?
rolled a 1.
Too late.
Yeah, I rolled a 1. So,
Yeah, the cat familiars are too late.
damn it.
You get if that's what you do, then you get a cat familiar with a note that says whatever has a deal wanted it to say.
Oh, did we? Oh, there. Oh,
Okay.
yes.
You
Okay,
can.
what do I roll? What do I
Try
roll?
hard. So what are you writing then?
Wait, what am I supposed to write? Oh, the Kenku stole the
Voice.
Voice.
yeah, Candlefoot
How do
was
they
it?
do that?
Candlefoot's voice.
Yeah, Candlefoot's voice.
Yeah, I write that
Okay, yeah. So you guys get
and we send it.
Okay.
out of for flavor reasons, what does the cat familiar you send look like?
A dog.
Oh, tuxedo
Tuxedo cat.
cat.
Okay,
The
yeah,
little bow tie.
a tuxedo cat. Why is Hester Dio? No, never mind. Yeah,
Why?
a tuxedo cat runs up to you guys, very looking at you in the eye, and with a note in its mouth. It passes you a note, and it says that it says what Osiro has written, which is the Kenku has stolen Kenku's first voice.
Oh
But
no.
the Kenku has already slinked off into the crowd.
Yeah, the thing is the Kenku will stay. So if we see them again, it's back to threatening
Yeah.
them.
Yeah,
We try looking for them.
you can tell from her promise that she's very sincere, and she didn't use her disguise self anymore.
Okay, so we
Oh.
can look for them with ease.
Just look for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Threaten
if
them
we
again.
see them again,
No, you don't have to threaten them.
We could, because Candlefoot
it's
is
in
my
my
friend.
nature to threaten them.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's 2 cats. So I guess you could say in total you are 3 cats.
Yes.
Aww.
So
If
do
I
we go
wild shape
after?
into a cat, I can also be cat.
Yeah, you can go after her
Yes.
and with a perception check, I guess.
Okay. Let's roll, I guess.
And I'll just
Perception.
give you DC 10.
Okay. Perception. Am I dead? Yes.
Good.
Ah,
Yeah.
Are you guys? Are the
oh,
rest of
everyone
them
else.
rolling?
What's the perception check for?
If we can look for the Kenku again.
We should all do it though, right?
Yeah. I rolled mine. It's a 5.
Okay.
Oh.
Too low.
Please be good. Please be good.
Oh.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay.
Okay, I don't need to roll. I believe
Andy's
in
eyes are red.
Andy's roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Andy very easily sees the Kenku, and the Kenku looks like she's now at one of the carnival stall games where you can play like little games and there's contests. So she's at this Almiraj Ray Toss, which is like Almirages are basically rabbits with horns.
Oh.
And she's just throwing rings to have it land on the horn of one Almiraj. Almirages are able to teleport, so it looks like there's a teleport, an Almiraj teleporting around the tabletop. You find her very quickly, and she makes a few dexterity checks.
He's running away again.
No, she's trying to she's actually just trying to enjoy the game.
Okay. No need
Oh,
to
okay.
cast any spells yet.
Shoots a
scary.
fireball.
Yes.
Do not shoot a fireball in the carnival.
One
Unless that brings out Mr. Witch and Light, yeah.
Oh.
one threatens, one
Yeah.
fireballs, one tackles. You're
We are literally just a gang.
Yeah.
Where
We're
were
a
you in the night of the crime?
Why
not
is he rolling so high?
Yeah.
I have no idea, but she makes three successful. She successfully gets each roll, each ring onto the Elder Rush.
Damn.
No.
Uh, and she gets to take, and she gets two prizes.
The elder.
What the hell? Yeah, they basically just give her two prizes,
Ooh.
and that's when you catch up with her,
Okay.
and she turns around.
Is it where is it near? Like
Uh,
which carnival ride
Which
it's near?
carnival is it near?
it's probably somewhere in the middle. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. No. Oh, wrong thing.
Okay. Can I like kind of drag the Kenku back again? Like to some
Where we were.
corner of the carnival and be
Are
like,
you just
hey,
immediately
so
dragging
You're
her,
getting dragged
or
a lot.
she you know the moment you approach her, she goes, "Yes, is there something you want to discuss?" I am not I'm not causing
Oh.
trouble. I'm just having fun.
You
I'm
guys just talk.
No.
Okay,
not
fine, we'll
causing
just
trouble. I
talk.
swear.
Okay.
Elliot says, Elliot asks if we can talk a little bit more, but at the corner of the carnival.
She goes.
All these talks have to happen in back alleys. That's how it
Yeah.
works.
She looks slightly uncomfortable.
No witnesses.
She looks slightly uncomfortable, and she's like, sure. You're not gonna
Okay.
You're not gonna drag me through the dirt again, are you?
No.
Elliot kind of looks.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, Elliot just kind of looks
I stand
away.
behind him and crosses my arms.
Give me a
All my
persuasion check with
tricks for
disadvantage.
glory.
Wait.
Yes,
Which
persuasion. Let's
one?
go.
Who gives persuasion?
You can either persuasion or intimidation.
Okay. Okay.
Mine would be intimidation, right?
Yeah, yours would be intimidation, and then Elliot would be persuasion with disadvantage.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
With disadvantage?
It sounds hella sus.
Oh, it's pretty good.
It's not that sus. Okay. No, it's not that sus.
Not
Um,
that bad.
I
she
mean, consider what you've done before.
she looks between the two of you and goes, okay, I'll go with you. Just no trouble. I don't cause any trouble. You don't cause any trouble. Besides the thing we promised.
Okay.
Hmm,
Mm-mm.
The intimidation works.
yes.
Yes. Thank you for being intimidating.
It's a
So we
heightened
walk
sexual
kind of
two-man.
behind this
Yeah, we move
circus
behind Big
tent.
Top.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
then
yeah,
we show him the letter we got, and it's like, was this you?
yeah. What's this?
What is this you?
She goes, yes, it's me. Very well. I suppose as part of our promise to not cause trouble, I'll return his voice. And then she takes out like a little figurine. Me panicking as I turn the pages trying to find it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. Legit, I'm wondering if the sounds of me flipping actually goes through the microphone.
Oh, yeah, it
Yes,
does.
we can hear
It
it.
does, but it's
ASMR.
Well,
fine.
it's ASMR.
Yeah.
So she takes out a corn husk doll with a tawny stem tied around its neck.
Ooh.
Food.
and she passes it to you.
Okay.
And she passes it to you and says that I would be. I'll accept that, and if you promise to uh, find out what's wrong with Zigona and save her, I will return you his voice. I'll give this to you.
I mean, the only thing we can promise is that we'll do our best.
Yeah, that's better than what I can do, I suppose. She gives you the corn husk doll, and from what you can tell, it seems like untying the stem will restore his voice.
Ooh. We untie the stem?
Okay, when you untie the stem, you see like a little glowing orb lifts out of Kettle Steam's mouth, and it starts drifting towards in the direction of the Hall of Illusions. And for
Do we follow that?
yeah, you can
Oh.
follow it. And sorry.
No, never mind.
Yeah,
Okay,
and then I guess while you're following it, Kettle Steam, just awkwardly looks, thinking whether she should follow you or go back to what she's doing, and she ends up turning around and walking away.
Oh wait,
Probably-
wait.
Wait.
We tell them to come
Elliot
with us.
is like, do you wanna follow us and apologize for stealing?
Then she she nods and you hear her say, "Very well, good sir," with a mimicry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Please don't make me.
makes sense. I was like, okay, wait, no
Mm.
voice.
Okay. I guess we make our way.
Yeah,
Meet
let's
up
go.
with Hesidio and Osiriya.
Yes. Nyong.
So you meet up with and as you approach, you see that glowing up fly around Candlefoot for a moment, and then he opens his mouth a bit surprised, and that's when the orb flies into his mouth and back into his throat, and he said, you hear him go, oh oh oh, Palasha, yes. Oh, my voice is back, and then Palasha's really happy. Candlefoot, you're back. Oh, this is wonderful. And Candlefoot goes, so I was about to say, will you marry me? And yeah, the two of them look really happy. And then Kettle Steam awkwardly looks at you, Elliot, and she goes up to Candlefoot and goes, I'm terribly sorry, my good sir.
Oh.
And I promise I won't do it again.
I also tell them to apologize to them.
Yeah, to the
Oh,
mermaid.
yeah, to the mermaid. Yeah.
And then she turns to the mermaid and goes, I'm terribly sorry. Is that good enough? No? Alright. And she tries again and goes, I am so sorry for your loss. And the mermaid just looks even more confused. And
Yeah.
she goes,
Confused too.
Oh, there's no good quote for the context.
and she goes, I can see that you're trying, and I appreciate the effort.
Okay.
Okay.
Hesidio
What?
rubs his head on sand.
There's sand.
Yeah, Hesidio rubs his head on sand. And yeah, and you can it's a face now. And yeah, with her mood improves. She goes. Thank you, everyone. This calls for a celebration, and she sings, and the waters around her starts to float, and you see like little sculptures of her and Candlefoot just
Oh.
dancing around the lake together with like Candlefoot in a tuxedo and her in a wedding gown.
Oh.
And as she's singing, you see Candlefoot, who is usually like a completely grayscale mime. The colors just start seeping into his body, and he goes into a full, brightly colored mime appearance.
Yay.
Oh.
And this is where you notice that the ambience of the carnival seems to improve even more. You can hear fireworks going off in the background.
I cast a
So
fireball
cute.
in
Yes.
cast a fireball in the sky
Five thought of romance.
for celebration.
And and then something else happens.
Someone is
Which
hit by the fireball.
No.
I'll need to flip there, but yeah, you hear fireworks and people are happy, everyone's having a great time.
Yay.
Let me see. I remember this, but I don't remember where it is. It's probably on the last page. Let's just check. I think it's you know what, how about we just end it off here and then I'll carry on next session.
Okay.
I'll carry on next session describing what happens after the mood improves greatly. And hopefully with Mish around. So next session we'll get the group together and then I'll explain what happens afterwards.
Alright.
Okay.
Nice. Good session.
Yeah, nice session.
Yeah, I got some hits in.
Yes.
You
Not
got
enough
your eyes to
fireball.
work.
The tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tackle.
Oh, Azaliel has a question.
Hesidio was asking if they were confused as to why she was apologizing. So Candlefoot's not confused because Candlefoot did see Kettlestein stealing his voice.
Oh.
Talasha was definitely very confused.
Wait, does that mean all the other voices are stolen too?
No. All the other voices are from the Kenku's mimic cry ability because
Okay. We don't have to
Kenku's
interrogate them anymore.
And let him go.
Yeah.
yeah.
You get off this time.
I do that eye thing, like I'm watching you kind of thing.
Oh, the one with the two fingers, yeah.
Yeah.
You hear her squawk this time saying,
Oh.
Okay. Ooh.
I did not know about it.
So we're ending it off here, right?
yeah, we'll end it off here because what happens next is it needs to be a team, a whole party thing, and
Yeah.
Yep.
Barbatos is currently unconscious.
And, what?
Yeah. In the mine shaft.
You're just unconscious the entire
Yeah.
time that this whole thing happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just going round and round.
Yeah.
Probably not just once, and then someone they had to
They have to take it out.
they had to steer his minecart in particular off the trails, and he's just
Oh.
T-posing there while at first they tried to push him off, and then they just gave up. And
Put a
that's it.
shrine in their name.
There's a new attraction right outside of this building. Feast your eyes on Jojo Venti.
I feel like we all had like that shared opinion where like, okay, Barbatos like got got us wet from that ride, right? So we're
Yeah.
holding
Yeah.
a crutch and we're not searching for
Yeah.
barbitos. You're gonna be by yourself for this hour.
It's like
I mean,
time out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Daenerys and Osiria don't know about what happened.
Yeah, but we do know about them because they work here.
Yes, but like we don't know that
Yeah,
they were
it
the
happened.
reason that they're all drenched.
Yes. Oh.
Okay. I
Okay.
have to go to bed now.
Okay.
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 Really
Bye
late.
Bye.
Good
bye.
night.
Good
Yeah.
night.
Good night. Woo.
Okay. So end of stream.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Rate someone.
Goodbye, everyone.
Who should we rate?
Goodbye.
Should we rate anyone?
Oh.
Anyone?
Yeah, I don't have anyone that's.
Yeah, not really
Yeah.
on my end. I don't think I have anyone to recommend.
Okay. Let's see if I know anyone.
Though, who was the person that what was that? Who was the person that the Kenku wanted to save? They mentioned
Sibylla.
Zidilna. Oh, the patron.
Who left?
Yeah, her patron. Wait, is yeah. Shizu. If
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you're aware. Oh, do you already know? Do you know who Sibylla is?
What?
Zibilna.
As in, like, do you need me to give you extra context on who she is, or no?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. So, um, no, but also now I'm worried. Do you want this to be public? So Sibylla is your patron. Is your archfey patron? Yeah. So
Ooh.
that's
So does Andakos also get weaker like the Kenku?
yeah, and the coast is weaker.
What?
That's right. No, what? Hang on, sorry.
Oh,
Am I confusing? Should I have?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm
I'll,
sorry.
I'll just quickly send people to someone.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go read Tiani. She's playing Animal Crossing. And then
Let's
you can
All
just
right.
have this discussion off stream.
Okay,
Yes.
yes.
Much
But I need
better.
another bio break before that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Bye, stream.
Why streamers? Well, other stream and chat. Very good session. We should have this daily.
Stress, extreme stress.
Would it also be like very stressful if everything was just a one shot or something? No, not entirely.
A one shot would happen within one
24
session
hours.
basically. But yeah, it's like imagine 4 hours. I
Yeah.
will never run a 20-hour one shot. That's terrible.
No, it's 24 hours.
Yeah. Apparently there are people that just run one shots continuously till they
Yeah.
actually finally finish
Why?
because
I mean,
they're that into it,
we are that into it, aren't we?
and because apparently the DMs have the mental capacity for it. Okay, I'll just hit the rate for now button. Thanks for hanging
Okay.
around, guys. Bye.
Bye, chat.
By
Oh.
chat.
Tiali.
Who is Tiali?
Okay, I have a new problem, which is